A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Wealthy Rupert Barlow's interest in Mary Noble is being rekindled as he believes she will make a full recovery from the acid burns inflicted on her face and hands by the crazed and jealous Claudia Vincent. And so his plans for a cruise south on his yacht are changed until further facts are available. Right now we find him in his luxurious apartment overlooking Central Park in Manhattan. As his man Victor approaches with a tray, we hear...
Just put it down there on the table, Victor.
Don't you want me to mix you a drink for you?
No, thank you. I'll fix it when I'm ready. Right now I'm busy trying to find an important address. I'm sure I put it in this desk somewhere.
You want me to give you a hand, boss? If you want to tell me what it is.
I don't.
Okay, then. I was only trying to help.
When I need your help, I'll ask for it.
Yeah, I guess you will at that. You've done it often enough before.
That's enough of that kind of talk, Victor. You may as well understand that I won't have you adopting that disrespectful tone now that I've taken you back in my employ.
Taking me back? How do you like that? As if you could get along without me, knowing all I know about you and the stuff I've helped you pull off.
That's enough, Victor.
I'd say it's enough, Mr. Barlow. Maybe you think you can just go on letting me be the fall guy whenever you get yourself in a jam. I'm the one who has to take the rap. I'm the one who gets kicked around.
You've been well rewarded for doing the simple favors I've asked of you. And you're lucky I've taken you back again. I understand from Miss Julia that you've given her endless trouble at the Long Island house. That's got to stop, Victor. I won't have you disrupting the household staff. Do you understand?
Sure. I understand, all right. I understand plenty.
You will address me in a respectful tone in the future?
Yes, sir.
That's better.
Is it all right for me to ask a question, sir?
Yes, of course.
I thought you said a few days ago you were going to take your boat out and cruise south for a few weeks.
Well, what about it?
Well, when do we leave? Getting kind of late in the season. It'll take maybe the better part of a week to put the boat in commission. So?
For the present, I've decided to stay right here.
Then we don't go at all?
I may change my mind later. Right now, I don't want to leave New York.
Oh, so that's the way it works out. I guess that means Mrs. Noble is going to be okay when she gets out of the hospital.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, that dame can spoil more plans than anybody I ever knew. I suppose now her husband's out in Hollywood making a movie. You figure you got the inside track.
I've warned you before about speaking disrespectfully of Mrs. Noble. I won't have it. And I don't intend to warn you again.
Yes, sir. What's the use of trying to reason with a guy like that?
Confound that man. He's getting out of hand again. I ought to fire him for good, if he wasn't so capable. After all, there are times when an unscrupulous fellow like Victor is more useful than a dozen perfectly trained servants. Oh, confound it, where could I have put that name? I jotted it down on the back of an envelope, thinking I might have need for a reliable investigator. Right now, it might prove very profitable to have someone keep an eye on Larry Noble out there among the movie stars, just in case he might be indiscreet. I knew it was here. This is the fellow. I'll call him right now.
And meantime, in her room in the New York hospital, Mary Noble is talking with her doctor as he finishes dressing the burns on her face. And we hear...
Are you still going to refuse to let me see how I look, Dr. Allen? Couldn't I just have my hand mirror for a minute?
I advise you to wait just a little longer, Mrs. Noble. I'm sure you'll be well rewarded for waiting.
But I am improving, isn't that true?
You're making a most remarkable recovery, my dear. I believe I can safely predict that your face will not be seriously disfigured. We may have to remove a bit of scar tissue later on, but that needn't be a worry at the present time.
Then you don't think that the effects of the burns will be terribly noticeable? I mean, you don't think people will want to avoid me because of the way I look?
Certainly not, Mrs. Noble. You shouldn't allow such thoughts to enter your head. Surely you must know that your loved ones and your friends could never feel different toward you No matter what kind of accident you suffered.
No, I'm sure they try not to let the way I look affect them.
But you think it might. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, don't you think it's only natural, Dr. Allen, for someone close to me to be very much affected if there were a terrible change? Particularly if he felt some inner conviction of guilt. I don't suppose this makes much sense to you, Dr. Allen, but I've thought about it such a lot.
On the contrary, Mrs. Noble, I understand your meaning perfectly. I can only say that you must not allow yourself to be worried needlessly. You need have no fear that your burns will leave scars that will cause you serious embarrassment.
Oh, that's a wonderful relief, Dr. Allen. You don't know what it means to me. I'm going to write down everything you've said and tell my husband at once.
I am sure he'll be greatly relieved.
Oh, yes, I know he will.
Mrs. Noble, are you quite sure you are easy in your mind about your husband's trip to the West Coast?
To Hollywood? Oh, yes, Dr. Allen. It was the only thing for him to do. He had a picture offer, and he couldn't turn it down.
Wouldn't it have been possible for him to go back to work here in New York?
No, Dr. Allen. You must understand that this time of year it's very difficult to find a suitable play. Of course, if Larry's former producer, Harold Ramsey, had been able to reopen Larry's last play, that would be quite another matter. But as things are, Larry just couldn't say no to this picture offer.
I see.
But I thought you understood all that, Dr. Allen. I thought Larry explained to you that he wanted me to have the best possible care, and any specialist you might want to bring in. If you're worried about his ability to meet his obligation...
My dear Mrs. Noble, I assure you that I wouldn't hesitate to call in a whole regiment of specialists if I thought they were needed.
Well, then I don't understand your questions about Larry.
I was only asking to find out if you were quite easy in your mind about your husband's absence right now.
Yes, I am, entirely. I think it was the only thing for him to do. In fact...
Yes?
Nothing.
You see, it's important for you to be easy in your mind, Mrs. Noble. If you are emotionally disturbed, it may retard your recovery.
Well, I'm not. Particularly since you've given me reason to hope that I won't be seriously scarred.
Very well, then. But I want you to tell me if anything occurs to change your peace of mind.
I will, Dr. Allen. But nothing can change it. As long as Larry keeps on writing to me, telling me about his new picture and how enthusiastic he is about everything in Hollywood. I know he's far happier working hard than he could be here in New York worrying about me. You see, I know that I'm being a tremendous burden.
Considering the circumstances, Mrs. Noble, and the fact that you're here in this hospital today because you sacrificed your safety for your husband's sake, I should put all ideas of the cost of your recovery out of my mind.
Oh, it isn't so much the cost, Dr. Allen, but our future happiness. I know in my heart that it would be unbearable for Larry to find in me a living reminder of the reasons for my present condition. I want him to forget about Claudia Vincent and his mistaken loyalty to her. I want to be sure that my face isn't going to be disfigured by scars before I see him again.
And if you couldn't be sure?
But you told me, Doctor. You made me believe
I have said that there is every reason to hope he will make an exceptional recovery. I hope this will be the case. For your sake, and your sake only.
Dr. Allen is now inclined to believe that Rupert Barlow was telling the truth when Rupert said that Larry Noble would never return to his wife if her beauty was disfigured. And at this same time we find Larry in Hollywood, in the hotel suite of his good friend Tom Bryson, the playwright, who is responsible for bringing Larry to the coast. And Larry says,
I won't be needed on the set anymore today, so I decided to drop over to see you, Tom. Since you can't get out with that bad back of yours.
Well, I'm darn glad you did, Larry. How's the picture going?
All right, I guess.
Well, you don't sound very enthusiastic.
No? I'm sorry. I should feel grateful to you for arranging this contract with Marco and Franklin.
No, I didn't mean that, Larry. But I don't like feeling responsible for dragging you all the way out here if you aren't going to be satisfied with the deal.
There's no reason why you should feel responsible, Tom, since I know it wasn't your idea in the first place.
What do you mean by that? Whose idea do you think it was?
Let's not go into that. I'm sure it's all for the best. And at least it's a way to raise some money in a hurry. And that's important.
Well, yes, of course it is. But it's not as important as a lot of other things, Larry.
What other things?
Why, being out here so far away from Mary. I know it must be terribly tough for you.
That doesn't matter very much, does it? As long as it's the best way out?
Out of what, for heaven's sake? You still talking about your confounded debts?
Yeah, I guess I am, Tom. But maybe not the ones you mean. Not the money I owe. But the debt I can't ever repay as long as I live.
Tom Bryson looks at his friend with concern, but doesn't say any more. For he doesn't know that Larry saw the wire he sent to Mary, which stated that he had arranged for a picture contract for Larry at her request. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Want to Wrap You Up. You know, I was thinking the other day that probably the most popular dessert of all down through the years has been fruit. Yes, juicy ripe fruit still warm with the tang of sunny berry patch or orchard. Easy to see, then, isn't it, why Jell-O is such a universal favorite? Because this famous dessert, ladies and gentlemen, has a rich, exhilarating flavor, as tasty and tempting as the real fresh fruit itself. Extra rich and extra delicious. Jell-O, as everybody knows, comes in 6 grand flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. And you can serve them in dozens of delightful ways. Jell-O just plain is about the nicest dessert ever. Or, for variety, how about Jell-O cut into tiny, shimmering cubes? Or a smooth, creamy Jell-O whip that simply melts in your mouth? Or a gay color combination of strawberry and lime Jell-O molded into brilliant contrasting layers? You'll want to try them all. So tomorrow, pass on the word to your grocer. Just say, Jell-O, please, and believe me, it will please, too. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. I Want to Wrap You Up, played by the orchestra. And now, folks, once again we bring you that genial personality who guides the destiny of this program. A man I am proud to be associated with and whose friendship I shall always cherish, that grand artist, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that introduction was very sweet. Even if there are only 12 more shopping days till Christmas, I know you were sincere. You meant every word of it.
I certainly did, Jack.
What do you think I am, a dodo or something? You know, Wilson, every year at the same time, you and the rest of the gang bring out that banana oil and loosen me up into buying presents. I'm wise.
But, Jack, I honestly meant that introduction. There's no denying it. You are a grand artist.
Well, make me grand in April sometime. Then I'll believe you. I know what's going on.
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. Say, Jack, when is Christmas this year?
December 25th, Mary, same as every year.
Oh, then they didn't...
No.
Oh.
And, incidentally, Mary, I know it's 2 weeks before Christmas, so don't try patting me on the back like Don.
What do you mean?
I mean, don't tell me how marvelous I am. Just be yourself.
Why, Jack Benny, how can you talk like that? When did I ever say that you were anything but a sweet, lovely, adorable person?
Mary, right now you're calling me an imbecile, expecting me to believe that.
But, Jack, sometimes you seem to have an inferiority complex. You always imagine that people are running you down.
I imagine?
Yes, you jump at conclusions. If I happen to say you're a heel, you always take it the wrong way.
Well, how else can I take it? A heel is a heel.
You said it.
There you are, Don. I imagine things, eh? Oh, and here comes another one of my pals. This guy's nuts about me. Hello, Phil.
Hello, baby. How's my favorite comedian?
As if you cared. You see, folks, all of a sudden I'm his favorite comedian.
I mean that. Honest, Jackson, you're funnier than I am.
I better be, Phil, or we'll all be working at no cover charge. This gang is so subtle. Every year it's the same thing. Just before Christmas, they respect me, and right afterwards, I'm in the doghouse. What are you laughing at?
From sir to cur in 2 weeks.
That's it, exactly.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack, with those cheap gifts you always give us.
Cheap?
Yes, last Christmas you gave me a meal ticket for the Melrose Grotto.
Well, the food is very good there. Anyway, Mary, wait till you see what I picked out for you this year. Are you in for a surprise?
What is it, Jack?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, come on, give me a hint.
Okay, see if you can guess. It comes in a little box, and when you take it out and put it on your finger, it shines like anything.
Holy smokes, nail polish.
All right, Smarty, if you're so clever, what shade is it? I guess I'll have some suspense around here.
Hey, Jackson, what are you going to give me this year?
I don't know, Phil. I just can't decide whether to get you a convertible sport roadster with a custom-built top and nickel-plated fittings or have your shoes half-soled. I'll think it over.
I wish you would. I don't know whether to get a driver's license or go barefoot.
No, you don't. Say, Phil, why don't you do something about that cold? He's very hoarse, folks. He slept in a drafty gutter last night. And now, folks, come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
Here I am, boy. Give him the tip, Jack.
Okay. There you are, young man.
Oh, boy, a quarter.
A quarter?
Thanks, Mr. Penny.
Hand me my glasses, will you, Don? Well, Mary, who's the letter from?
My mother.
Oh, well, let's hear what Nanotska has to say.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, just a few words to let you know that I am feeling well and that I received your cute little check last week.
Cute little check?
I put the cute in.
Oh, it was a little check. I see. Go ahead.
Please send me another one and don't spare the zeros.
Boy, what a gold digger.
We had quite a crowd at the house for Thanksgiving dinner, including your cousin Lou and his wife Ruby, your sister Babe and her husband, and your uncle American Beauty.
Your uncle American Beauty?
Yeah, he's got a rosy nosy.
Oh, and I paid a quarter for this. Go ahead.
Among those unable to attend were Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Robert Taylor, and Barbara Stanley.
All right, Mary, your mother doesn't have to rib me. Go ahead.
The dinner was simply marvelous. We had a great big turkey, which was delicious, which your brother won in a raffle, which he ran.
Oh, boy, what a family.
Well, at least we're not dull.
Oh, you're a riot, every one of you.
Oh, Jack, listen to this.
What?
Your sister Babe's husband, who is always inventing things, has almost perfected a new bulletproof vest.
A bulletproof vest?
I say almost because he tried it out on your late Uncle Willie.
Oh, my goodness. Anything else?
Must close now, as your father just walked in. He is on all fours as usual. No other news. Your loving mother on the Cobb Livingston.
Oh, fine. What an act he and Harris could do.
P.S. I like your new tenor, Dennis Day, and his mother is simply wonderful. I think it's a crime the way Jack picks on her.
I pick on her?
Well, don't argue with the letter.
Well, that's the nerviest thing I ever heard. Oh, Phil.
What is it, Jackson?
Do you think you can follow a red-hot mama with a hot number?
Sure, I'll follow anything.
There's an answer here, folks, but it's too obvious. Play, Phil. Johnny, played by Oh Brother and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will continue with the football murder mystery, which we started last week. That pigskin melodrama entitled The Murder of Dynamite Dugan, or He Kicked the Bucket When They Kicked the Ball. Now, in episode 2 of our drama, I will play a...
Why don't you play all the parts and let us go home?
Phil, the only reason I'm playing a dual role is because I'm the only one who is capable of handling it. I'm the only real actor in this group.
If you're such a good actor, how come you never play dramatic parts in pictures?
Dramatic parts? I've been asking Paramount that for years. That's what I need, those Charles Lawton roles. Oh, boy, what a job I could do as Henry VIII.
Why not? You eat like him.
Listen, Mary, fingers were made before forks. And besides, you don't have to comment on my table manners. They're all right.
Go on. I saw you in a restaurant the other day, and you were fanning your soup with your hat.
Well, it was hot.
Why didn't you blow on it?
Phil, blowing is for coffee. Now, in our mystery drama
Speaking
tonight...
of table manners, ladies and gentlemen, never use a knife and fork in eating Jell-O.
Well, who would?
You would.
Oh.
Just take a spoonful, raise it to your lips, and you will taste America's most tempting dessert. It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Now, in our mystery drama tonight, as I said before, I will be that brilliant sleuth who solves the crime, Detective Captain O'Benny.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Oh, pardon me, John. I thought you were through. Now, Mary, you're going to be a beautiful young co-ed who is madly in love with the victim, Dynamite Dugan. It's a very emotional part. Do you think you can handle it?
Sure. Oh, Dynamite, Dynamite, why did you leave me? Why did you have to die? I love you, Dynamite. Loved you, loved you, loved you.
So look for the big red letters on the bottom.
Don, for heaven's sake. Next week we're going to rehearse this program. Anyway, Don, in our play, you're going to be my assistant, Sergeant Wilson. And Dennis...
Yes, please?
Oh. I didn't see you, Dennis. Have you been here all the time?
Yes, sir.
Well, why don't you speak up and say something?
I couldn't think of anything funny.
They shouldn't stop you around here.
Well, that's so. Now, Dennis, in our play tonight, you're going to be my other assistant, Officer O'Day. And Phil, as much as I hate to do this, and only as a last resort, you're going to be a college professor, the dean of Flatfoot University.
What do you mean as a last resort?
I mean, Phil, that allowing you to play a college professor for this one night may undermine the entire educational system of the United States and Canada. That's what I... Dennis. Hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rock. Should I come down and pick you up in the car? No trouble at all, boy.
No, Rochester, I'm going to stay downtown for quite a while tonight.
Well, can I fix you a little snack in case you're hungry when you get home? I'll be glad to do it.
Now, Rochester, I know what you're up to. You've been acting like a little angel all week.
My, is Christmas coming so soon?
Sure, I knew you'd give yourself away. You don't have to act so nice, Rochester. Your Christmas present is bought already.
It is. I wonder what it can be.
Well, all I'm going to tell you is it's a very practical gift, and you'll enjoy pushing it around on the rug.
But, boss, you gave me a vacuum cleaner last year.
Well, this is the latest model. Instead of an ordinary hum, it plays Shoot the Dust to Me, John Boy. It's a lovely tune.
I don't care if it plays Memphis Blues. It ain't going to trick me.
Never mind. And by the way, Rochester, how's Trudy?
Oh, she's fine, boss.
Trudy?
Yes, that's that ostrich I bought by mistake for Thanksgiving. I'm keeping her for a pet. So, Trudy's all right, eh, Rochester?
Yeah, but you know, boss, I don't think she likes Carmichael.
What do you mean?
She just laid a big egg and threw it right in his face.
Oh, that's terrible.
But he got even with her, though. You know that bucket of sand the ostrich always sticks her head in?
Yes?
Well, Carmichael put glue in it.
Glue? Well, for heaven's sake, did you get her head out of the bucket?
I sure did. And say, boss, remember how long her neck was?
Yes?
Well, you can skip rope with it now.
Well, look, Rochester, keep those two separated, and I'll be home in a little while. So long.
So long. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Would you mind bringing my salary up to date so I can buy you a Christmas present?
Don't worry about your salary.
Doggone, if I had brains, I'd quit this job.
What?
Did I say it? I was only thinking it. So long, boy.
What a guy. To hear him talk, you'd think I owed him 6 months' salary.
To hear you talk, you think you didn't.
Quiet, Miss Livingston. I haven't got that nail polish wrapped up yet. Sing, Dennis. Was Lilacs in the Rain, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, your vocal was simply beautiful. Gosh, I could almost smell the lilac.
What about the music?
That, too, Phil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second episode of our college mystery thriller entitled Murder on the Gridiron, or Mr. Dugan Goes to Forest Lawn. Now, the opening scene of our play is the office of Captain O'Benny at police headquarters. It is 4 p.m. Curtain. Music. Hello, police headquarters. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, madam? You want a policeman to come to 118 Elm Street. What's the trouble? Oh, you just want a policeman. Okay, goodbye. Oh, hello, Sarge.
Hello, Captain. How are things going?
Not so good, Wilson. There's so much crime in this town, I had to buy a trailer for the patrol wagon. And incidentally, Wilson, I wish you'd take off a little weight. Every time you inhale, a button pops off your uniform. It's annoying. There goes another one. And you, O'Day.
Yes, please?
You're a fine cop, too. Last week you helped a burglar carry a heavy safe out of a building.
Well, he said it would give me muscles.
Well, there must be some other way to get him. What a policeman. Where are your handcuffs?
Right here.
Well, take them off. They're for criminals. I'll tell you one thing, men. If we don't... I'll take it. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking. What? I'll be right over. Goodbye. Oh, boy.
What's up, Cap?
The dean of Flatfoot College just called me up and told me that their star fullback, Dynamite Dugan, was running down the field with the ball just now in their annual game with Meatball Tech, and he only had 10 yards to go to make a touchdown when all of a sudden a person or persons unknown fired several shots into his body, killing him almost immediately in the presence of 80,000 spectators, and the score was 103 to 97 in favor of Meatball. Boy, did that guy talk fast. Come on, men, let's go.
Where are we going?
We're going out to Pig Barry, so wear some old clothes. Where are we going?
We better step on it, Cap. There'll be a lot of traffic around the stadium.
You're right, Wilson. Let's get started. We'll go to the dean's office first. You drive the car, O'Day, and don't spare the cylinders. I'll solve this crime, or my name ain't...
Calling all cars. Football player murdered at Flatfoot College. Go there immediately. Officer Murphy will now sing When Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure 'tis like the morning spring.
Cut that off. That guy ain't near as good as that quartet they used to have. Step on it, O'Day. Well, here we are, men. Now, here's the dean's office. I'll go in and grill him. Stick with me, O'Day.
Yes, sir.
And Wilson, you surround the building.
Righto, Cap. But I can't understand. I wasn't here this morning, but I didn't have any.
All right, quiet, everybody. Quiet. Break it up. Which one of you is the dean?
I am, Captain. Professor Harris is my name.
Pleased to meet you, Professor. Now, tell me, what do you know about the murder of Dynamite Dugan?
Nothing at all, Captain. However, I feel it must have been someone with an interior motive.
That's ulterior, Professor. Now, where were you at the time of the murder?
Down in the Medioneta Bitty Pool.
Don't get smart. So you're the head of this college, eh?
Only days. At night he's the janitor.
Well, who's this dame?
I'm Toots Livingston, Dynamite's girlfriend.
Oh, so your sweetheart was murdered 10 minutes ago, eh?
Well, I've got a new boyfriend, if that's what you mean.
Make a note of that, O'Day.
Why, is it me?
No. Now, listen, young lady. If you were Dynamite's sweetheart, what are you doing here in the dean's office?
I didn't know my lesson, and he kept me after school.
Oh, he did, eh?
Sure, if they don't know the lessons, I gotta learn them.
I'm talking the truth. Now, how do I know he kept you after school?
Look at that blackboard. He made me write Wilshire Bowl 1,000 times.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll get to the bottom of this murder.
Pardon me, may I go now?
Wait a minute, Junior. Who are you?
I work here.
You work here?
Yes, I'm a professor of Pansin
Professor of what?
At the study of Ralph Fram, continued Brutus, Hamburger Calculated, and Postcapapitos, and political science.
Make a note of that, O'Day.
How do you spell Ralph Fram?
Capital Rump, Elf, Grin, Semp, Double Tren, and Vidu. You got that?
Solidly.
Good. Now listen, everybody. I want you to come with me.
Where are we going?
There's an old saying that a murderer always returns to the scene of his crime. It never fails. So follow me, everybody. We're going out to that football field and wait for the man or woman who committed this dastardly crime.
Do I have to go along?
Yes, Dean, you too.
But I'm lecturing tonight on psychological research in the field of hypothetical relativity. Pay me.
Here you are.
What's that for, Cap?
I bet him $5 he couldn't read that. Now, come on, everybody. We're going to that football field, and I'll find the murder of Dynamite Dugan, or my name ain't...
4 days later.
Don't be impatient, fellas. A murderer always returns to the scene of his crime.
10 months later.
Don't worry, fellas. We'll get him. A murderer always returns to the scene of his crime.
35 years later. And our little group is still waiting on that football field.
Well, we're still here. But don't worry, fellas. A murderer always returns to the... How did that darn thing go?
To the scene of his crime, you old ghost.
Doggone it, this is the hardest case I was ever on.
It ain't any harder than the robberies.
I wouldn't talk if I were you, Professor Harris. Your face is so full of wrinkles it looks like a prune that worries. Hey, wait a minute. Am I going crazy? Look, that's the first time I ever saw gray grass.
That's your beard. Reel it in.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Officer O'Day, why don't you say something?
Hey!
Death of the post, folks. Well, we got to stay right here until we solve the murder of.
Dynamite Dugan, you old quince face.
Oh, yes. We got to find out who stabbed him.
He wasn't stabbed. He was poisoned.
Poison?
You're both wrong. He was shot.
He was not.
He was, too, because I done it.
What? You killed Dynamite Dugan?
You're darn tootin' I did.
Well, doggone, why didn't you say so sooner?
You didn't ask me.
Oh. Well, I'm glad we got the right man. Slap the handcuffs on him, O'Day.
Hey?
I said slap the handcuffs on him.
I can't get him off.
Well, don't bother then. I've known this fella for 35 years. Guess I can trust him. Say, Toots.
What do you want?
During all this time, I've got a kind of crush on you. How about you and me getting married and settling down?
Nothing doing. I want to have my fling first.
Well, step on it, gal. You ain't no flapper. Come on, O'Day. Let's go back to the office. There might be some mail. Playboys.
During the holidays just ahead, there's one grand old-fashioned American treat that everybody goes for. Rich, spicy, tempting mincemeat. Yes, sir, it's a traditional American favorite. And tonight I'm going to tell you about a new way to enjoy it. In a swell recipe called Jell-O Mincemeat Mold. Spicy mincemeat molded with rich, glowing cherry Jell-O in the grandest combination you ever tasted. And here's how you make it. First, dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O in 1 3/4 cups of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Then add 1 cup of mincemeat to 1/2 the Jell-O mixture and chill until firm. Pour the rest of your clear Jell-O on top of your firm Jell-O and chill. And what a treat. Rich red cherry Jell-O with its real Christmas color, and inside that shimmering mold, the tangy, luscious mincemeat. Serve it plain or with foamy whipped cream on top. Either way, it's a real dessert triumph, so try it soon. Your grocer has that cherry Jell-O all ready for you. And I know your family are all ready to enjoy this cheerful Christmas dessert, Jell-O Mincemeat Mold.
This is the last number. This is the last number of the 10th program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I hope you all like our little murder mystery.
You know, Jack, you play an old man's character very well. You'd never know you were acting.
Thanks, Mary.
Were you?
Oh, quiet. Good night, folks.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard-luck kid. Consult your local newspaper for time and stations, and be sure to tune in the Aldrich family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Goody Goodbye. You know, this coming Friday is the first official day of winter, and during the dark, blustery days ahead, you'll find nothing lights up the dinner table like the gay glint of orange Jell-O served as a bright, tempting salad or dessert. But suppose you live in Florida or sunny California, where you don't have to worry about dark winter days. Well, orange Jell-O is still your dish, for its cheerful color reflects the sunshine, and its extra rich flavor rivals the tempting goodness of the real ripe fruit itself. Or try a tempting sea green mold of lime Jell-O served with slices of canned pineapple. Or what would you say to lemon jello, as golden as sunshine, with stewed figs and whipped cream folded in, to make a delicious creamy fig pudding? Why, there are dozens of grand ways to serve jello, each one a creation that will climax the meal. So stock up on jello tomorrow and look for the big red letters on the box when you buy. They spell jello in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Goody Goodbye, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you our worn-out master of ceremonies. Between his broadcast at NBC, his picture at Paramount, and his Christmas shopping at the 5 and 10, he's the busiest little man in Hollywood, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Tilly the Toiler talking. And, Don, you're right. I don't ever remember being as rushed as I've been this past week. I'm a wreck.
I can appreciate that, Jack.
You know, when I got home last night, I was so exhausted I didn't have the energy to go upstairs. I slept all night on the billiard table.
My goodness, you must have been tired.
I was, Don. I rolled and tossed and tossed and rolled till almost daylight.
Restless, huh?
No, I forgot to take the balls off the table. I didn't mind that so much, but I dreamt I was an ostrich, and I woke up this morning with my head in the side pocket. What a night.
Well, if you're tired, Jack, it's your own fault. Radio keeps you busy enough. What are you making a picture for?
That's what I can't figure out, Don. I can't understand Paramount putting me in another picture so soon. I'm not tired of my last one yet. But I guess they know best, huh?
Well, Jack, tell me something about your new picture. Is it a light, sophisticated comedy like Man About Town?
Oh, no, Don. This is a Western, a real rip-snorting melodrama full of actions and thrills.
Well, that's a surprise. How did they happen to cast you in that type of story?
Well, you see, Gary Cooper isn't at Paramount anymore, and they seem to think that I'm the one to take his place.
What was that, Jack?
I said Paramount seems to think I'm the only one at the studio that can take Gary Cooper's place.
Well, so long, Don. See you later.
Mary, come back here. There's nothing ridiculous about my playing parts like Gary Cooper.
What are you talking about? In the first place, Gary Cooper's better looking than you are.
Well, a little makeup will take care of my look.
And he's younger than you are.
Mary, makeup will help me there, too.
And he's a great actor. Put some mascara on that.
Listen, my critical friend, I can play those strong Western types, too. I can talk through my teeth just like Gary Cooper.
What do you mean, your teeth?
Mary, possession is 9 points of the law. Anyway, wait till you see the picture, young lady. You'll change your mind.
Say, Jack, is Phil Harris in this one, too?
Yes, Don, he's in it, but I can't understand why. He must have something on the director. I wish I knew what it was. I'd like to get some more lines. Oh, well, I'll just snoop around.
Well, how is Phil in it? Has he got a pretty big part?
You'd think so to see him strut around on the set. He's such a ham, Don, yet he tries to be so democratic.
What do you mean?
He's got a sign on the back of his chair that says, Phil Harris, never too busy to say hello. Isn't that corny?
Well, Jack, I guess that's just his way of being a good fellow.
I know, Don, but it's so hammy, all those words on there. Now, all I got on the back of my chair is just Jack Benny, and right under it, a simple little star. Why overdo it? Well, anyway, besides Phil, there's Ellen Drew, Andy Devine, and, oh, yes, Rochester's in the picture. I forgot.
You'll remember when it comes out.
Listen, Mary, I'm the hero. That's good enough for me. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Gary.
Gary?
And I do mean Indiana. Pretty sharp, huh?
Oh,
Oh, that was a honey. How long did it take you to think that one up, Phil?
No time at all. It just came to me like a flash.
Well, someday you're going to get fired like that. And incidentally, Phil, I wish you'd stop telling everybody at Paramount that you're playing the part of my son. It's not true. Besides, it takes away from the romance.
Some romance. I read the script, and in the end, Jack marries a cow.
That's cowgirl. If you'd have turned the page, you'd have seen the word girl. Anyway, this is radio, so let's forget about pictures. We can talk about something else.
Hey, Jackson, as long as we're changing the subject, how about paying off that bet you welched on?
What bet?
That bet we made on the USC-UCLA game. Come on, pay off.
Phil, I'd pay off if I owed you anything, but that game was a tie.
Sure it was a tie, but you took USC and gave me 7 points.
I don't care if I gave you 50 points. The score was nothing to nothing. That means I get nothing and you get nothing. Now get your band together and play a number.
I don't want to interfere, Jack, but if you gave Phil 7 points, he won that bet and you ought to pay him.
Certainly he ought to pay him.
Of course.
Oh. All right, Phil, all right. Here's a quarter. Now leave me alone. What a guy.
Thanks, Jackson. Here's your change.
Thanks. Now go ahead and play, you sorehead. Next time I gamble with you, I'm going to have it in writing. Make with the Kisses, played by a miser and his orchestra. Miser, Phil, meaning a man who thinks more of 15 cents than he does of my friendship. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
All right, if that's the way you feel about it, Jackson, here's your money back.
It's not the money, Phil. I just don't think I lost that bet.
You don't think you lost on Hoover.
Mary, I conceded that months ago. We're talking about the football game.
The trouble with you is you don't know anything about gambling. You're just a poor sport.
I'm a poor sport. That's a hot one. For your information, Phil, I had an uncle who was one of the most famous gamblers in Waukegan. Why, he'd bet $1,000 on the turn of a card.
I bet he was an uncle by marriage.
No, his name was Benny. Shoot the works, Benny. So keep that 15 cents, Mr. Small Fry. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Jack, don't forget about...
I'm coming to that, Don. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas being just a week off, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, it's the night before Christmas. The scene is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus at the North Pole. Mr. Jack Benny will be Santa Claus.
Yes!
Never mind, Mary. With a beard, no one will know the difference. Go ahead, Don.
The North Pole. Curtain. Music.
Oh, Santa.
What do you want,
You better get started pretty soon. The reindeers are all hitched and everything.
Well, I got a few more letters here, and I got to see what the kiddies want before I put my bag in the sleigh.
I'll help you. Here's a letter from Encino, California. It's from a kid named Philip Harris.
Tear it up.
But Santa, he says he's been a good little boy.
Good little boy. Why, last Christmas I got to his house around 5 a.m. and he was just getting home. Not only that, he threw snowballs at me.
There's no snow in Encino.
He didn't know it. Well, what does little Philip want from Santa Claus?
14 points in Tennessee.
Oh, well, he'll never get it.
Oh, Santa, here's a letter from Rochester Van Jones, Jr. in Central Avenue, California.
Rochester Van Jones. What does he want?
He says, Dear Santa, please send me a sled, a pair of roller skates, and a bottle of gin.
Well.
P.S. If you haven't got the sled and the roller skates, no hard feelings.
I'll see what I can do. Any more kiddies to be heard from?
Yes, here's one from Jackie Benny, Beverly Hills, California.
Well. Little Jackie Benny. He's a cute kid. What's the little rascal got to say?
He says, Dear Santa Claus, have been a good boy all year. So when I give a party Christmas Eve, will you please send Clark Abel and Carol Lockard, Robert Taylor, and Barbara Stammet?
Let's see that letter. There's nothing of the kind. Well, goodbye, darling. It's getting late and I must be going.
Can I go with you?
That's fine. I got one night out a year. My wife wants to go along. Nothing doing. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Oh, Santa, just one more thing.
What is it?
When you get to Ann Sheridan's house, just fill her stocking and get.
Oh, don't be so jealous. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who can that be?
Come in.
Special delivery for Santa Claus.
Right here, boy. Well, it's from little Tubby Wilson, 834 Blimp Avenue, Van Nuys, California.
What does he say?
He says,
Dear Santa Claus, I have been a good boy all year, but I don't want a sled and I don't want roller skates.
Oh.
Just give me some Jell-O in all 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and wine.
well.
Yours truly, Kins Wilson.
Well, there's the first kitty I'm going to take care of. So long, honey. I'll be home in the morning.
Okay, bring some cinnamon rolls.
I will. Goodbye. Get up, you reindeer. Come on, Donner. Giddy up with them. Put Santa rides again. Don, that was marvelous. That's one of the best plays you've ever written.
I thought you'd like it, Jack. And by the way, what did you think of that surprise finish when I asked for Jell-O?
Oh, Don, it was such a shock. Yeah, I never dreamed we were going to mention our product. And now, folks...
Gee, I knew what he was getting at all the time.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I didn't hear you come in.
Well, I didn't trip over anything today.
Oh. Well, Dennis, I don't want to rush you, but Don's play reminded me I still have a lot of Christmas shopping to do, so go ahead with your number and I'll run along.
Can I go with you, Jack? I've got some stuff to buy, too.
Sure, come on, Mary. Oh, Don, you and Phil take care of the rest of the program, will you?
Sure, Jack. We'll carry on. Here's a Lulu, folks. A tramp went up to a farmhouse, knocked on the door and said, Can I have a piece of cake, lady? It's my birthday.
Phil, wait till I get out. With those 1912 wow. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. I'll see you next week.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, could I speak to you a minute?
Of course, Dennis. What is it?
Well, it's a little personal. I'd like to talk to you in private.
Well, you can tell me right here. What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Benny, my mother...
Yes?
Gee, I don't know how to say it.
Go on, Dennis. Don't be bashful.
Well, my mother told me to ask you, when are you going to start paying me for singing here?
Oh, well, that's strange. I take care of you every week, don't I, Dennis?
Yes. But, gee, we got enough Jell-O now for 25 years.
Oh. Well, look, Dennis, you go back in and sing your song. I'll think it over.
I wish you would. Our house is so full of boxes we can't walk around.
Well, just leave it to me and everything will be all right. Come on, Mary. Burns me up. I never got paid till I was 28 years old.
And now, folks, Dennis Day, our young tenor, will sing a beautiful number called Tomorrow Night. Sing, Dennis.
Tomorrow night said tonight, tomorrow night, will all the thrill be gone? Tonight is filled with 1,001 delights, and you are saying this is a night of nights. And while I'm holding you here in the soft moon glow, there's only one thing I'd give the world to know. Tomorrow night, will you remember what we said tonight? Tomorrow night, will all the thrill be gone? Tomorrow night, will this be just another memory? Another song that wouldn't linger on? Tonight your lips are tender, your heart is beating fast. You willingly surrender, but darling, will it last? Tomorrow night, will you be with me when the moon is bright? And will you say the things you said tonight? Will you remember then the things you said tonight?
Gee, the store is crowded. Everybody doing their Christmas shopping the last minute. Stick close to me, Mary. Here, I'll take your arm.
Let go of me, you masher.
Oh, pardon me, miss. It's so crowded here, I thought you were someone else.
That's what they all say.
Mary, where are you?
Here I am, right behind you. Who's your girlfriend?
She's not my girlfriend. I don't even know her.
Well, it ain't your fault, Gary.
I said I was sorry, miss. Now stay close to me, Mary. Have you got my Christmas list?
Yes, here it is.
What does it say?
Dear Jackie boy, I waited for you in the Owl drugstore last night.
The list is on the other side. Read it.
Wait a minute, who's Gladys?
Never mind. Give me that list. Let's see. I got to get some perfume for my sister and a watch for Don Wilson and a mink coat for Gladys.
Which will turn out to be perfume.
Don't be so sure. Now, let's see. I got to take care of Phil. I got to get something nice for Dennis.
I know what Dennis is giving you, Jack.
What?
A pair of socks.
Pair of socks? What a little tightwad. Bet that kid's got the first box of Jell-O he ever earned. Well, I'll get Don's present first. I wonder where the watch department is.
Let's ask the floor walker.
Yeah, there's one over there. This must be him. Now, pardon me, are you the floor walker?
Yes, I'm the floor walker. What do I look like? A telephone booth?
Well, how do I know you haven't got a carnation on?
It's in my pocket. I detest them.
Now, listen, buddy.
Just tell him what you want, Jack.
Now, listen, buddy, if it won't tax your mentality too much, will you please direct me to the watch department?
No, I won't.
Well, if you don't tell me where it is, I won't buy a watch.
What do I care? It's not for me.
The last time I'll ever come to this store.
Oh, Jack, there's the watch counter right over there.
You stool pigeon.
What a guy. I don't know how he holds his job here. Come on, Mary, give me your arm.
Hey, you, let go of me.
Oh, it's you again.
Will you stop following me around?
Well, I thought...
It's no use. I'm engaged.
Well, I pity the fella. Come on, Mary. She thinks I'm trying to make a date with her.
Your approach is awful.
Well, Gladys doesn't think so. Here's the watch counter.
How do you do, sir? Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to look at a watch, please.
Bullover, pullover, or schmullover?
Just a watch. Just a watch, a man's wristwatch.
Well, let's see. Now, here's our new Venus de Milo model. No hands on it.
No hands on it? Well, how do you tell time?
Nearly everybody asks me that, but they sell like hotcakes.
Well, it's cute, all right, but I like something a little more practical.
Oh, Jack, I'm going over and do my own shopping. See you later.
Okay.
Now, here's a very smart clock, and it's only $25.
A clock? Well, I really wanted a watch.
But this is a real bargain. Yesterday, the same clock sold for $1,250.
My goodness, how could you afford to cut it from $1,250 to $25?
We took the Buick off.
Oh, it wasn't a car. Well, I just like a wristwatch, please. Oh, here's something cute. How much is this one?
$10.
Well, that's just what I want. I'll take it. Here's your money.
Thank you.
Say, this is a beauty, all right.
It certainly is. And you know, it has that new unbreakable crystal. Here, try it out.
No, I'll take your word for it.
Go ahead. Take this little hammer and hit it.
Oh, all right.
Shall I wrap it up now?
Wrap it up? You mean sweep it up? And give me back my $10.
I'm sorry. You'll have to see the floor walker about that.
What?
Oh, Mr. Chambers.
What is it, Miss Kelsey?
This man broke a watch with a hammer. He broke this watch with a hammer, and now he wants his money back.
Well, certainly I broke the watch, but she told me to.
She told you to?
Yes.
Well, haven't you got a mind of your own?
Well, certainly I have a mind of my own, but this young lady told me it was unbreakable.
Young? Why, she's 42 if she's a dead.
We're not arguing about that. I want my $10 back.
Give it to him, Miss Kelsey, before he bites somebody.
Yes.
Here's your money. Boy, what a sore loser.
Well, certainly a fine store to do business with.
You walked in, Sugarfoot. Nobody dragged you.
Now, where the dickens is Mary?
Your daughter is over there at the hosiery counter.
She's not my daughter. More trouble buying a little watch. What's Mary buying?
I like this shade. I'll take a half dozen pair of those 2-thread hose.
You're wrong, lady. This hose is 3 threads.
Oh, no, it's 2 threads.
I beg your pardon, but it's 3 threads.
Listen, sister, don't argue with me. Not so long ago, I was standing right where you are.
That's telling her, Mary.
Oh, hello, Jack. You get a watch for Don?
Yes, but I broke it with a hammer. It's a long story. Let's go over to the perfume counter. Go over to the perfume counter.
Okay. Shall I wrap up these stockings, miss?
Yes, I'll be back later. Oh, by the way, who's pitching for your softball team now?
Mary, you can talk shop later. Come on. Oh, Mary, here comes that girl who thought I was trying to flirt with her.
Yeah.
Watch me have some fun with her. Hello, sweetie pie. Ow! Here, Mary, hold my coat.
Oh, Jack, you're in a store.
Lucky for her, believe me.
Here's the perfume counter.
I see it. Pardon me, sir. I'd like to buy some perfume.
Okay, mister, what kind of perfume would you like?
Well, I don't know. What's popular right now?
Well, now, here's something that's exotic, yet on a delicate side.
Oh.
It's called La Mauer Tujawa La Mauer.
Well, let me see that. It smells lovely.
It ain't bad to drink, either.
Well, I really don't care how it tastes. You see, I'm buying it for my sister.
Oh, is she on the wagon?
No, she just doesn't drink perfume. She's eccentric. Anyhow, it has an exquisite scent. How much is it?
2 clams a slug.
Oh, that's reasonable enough. You think I ought to take a bottle of this, Mary?
Certainly.
Mary. Well, wrap it up, and I'll drop in on my way out.
Okay, pal.
Oh, by the way, I don't want to seem impertinent, but how does a fellow like you happen to be selling perfume?
I'm the only mug in the joint that can speak French.
Oh. Well, see you later. Goodbye.
Au revoir, pal.
Quite a character. Let's see, what's next on the list, Mary?
You got to get something for Phil and Dennis.
Yeah, let's walk over to the necktie department.
Oh, Jack, look.
What?
There's Rochester buying some neckties.
Oh, yeah, and that floor walker's waiting on him. They sure are busy here.
I'll bet Rochester's getting a tie for you.
Let's sneak up behind him.
Well, I think this tie is beautiful. It's very unusual.
Yes, but I don't think my boss would like it. It ain't his style.
I see. What type of man is your boss?
Well, he's kind of tall, medium weight, and rather conservative.
You mean conservative in appearance?
It goes deeper than that.
Well, at least he's subtle.
Quiet, I want to hear this.
Now, here's a rich-looking tie. Maybe he'd like this one.
Yeah, that's a pretty thing. How much is it?
It's only $3.50.
How much?
$3.50.
Too bad he didn't like that one.
Oh, fine.
Well, if you don't want to spend quite so much, here's a lovely tie for 89 cents.
89 cents?
That's right.
Now the blue of your tie meets the gold of my purse.
Can you imagine that?
Of course, it may be a little too plain for your boss. Is he a young man?
No.
Is he middle-aged?
No.
Is he elderly?
Wrap it up.
Rochester Van Jones.
Oh, hello, boss. I didn't see you.
I know you didn't, and don't be buying me any 89-cent tie.
You keep out of this.
I will not. This fellow works for me. Now, look, Rochester, you've been with me 3 years now, and I've been very nice to you. I've always tried to make things pleasant for you and keep you happy.
Is that open for discussion?
No, it isn't. I'm leaving you here at this necktie counter, and I want you to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth more than an 89-cent tie. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Okay.
Mary, which tie do you think Rochester's going to buy me? The one for $3.50 or the 89-cent one?
Well, if you were Rochester, which one would you buy?
I'll fire that guy. Play, Phil.
They say, ladies and gentlemen, that it isn't good manners to point. But there really is one time when it is all right. And that's when you see Jell-O butterscotch pudding on your grocer's shelf. Every day, thousands of discriminating housewives make this new dessert a regular part of their marketing. And they serve it often because it's an all-family favorite, with its rich, buttery, brown sugar goodness and its tempting, deep golden color. Served with nuts, fruits, marshmallows, shredded coconut, or with just a big dab of snowy whipped cream, Jell-O butterscotch pudding is absolutely tops. And the same goes for Jell-O vanilla and the... So, add... delightful ways with no risk of tiring the family's taste. Tomorrow when you're at the grocer's, just point Jell-O puddings and watch them point the way to a real treat.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Bill Harris. Alice's brother William called a little while ago to tell Phil and Alice that he's coming over with some important news for them. As we look in, he is just arriving.
Good morning, everybody.
Well, bless my little liver pills if it isn't Brother Carter.
Good morning, Willie. What's this important news you have for us?
I went down to the Red Cross and made a donation.
You donated something?
Yes, I gave a pint of my blood.
Oh, well, I knew it couldn't have been money. Look, Willie, let me tell you something. You can't afford to be given any blood. You got barely enough to get by on. You don't look too strong, you know.
I'm plenty strong now. I'll admit when I was a child I was sickly. In fact, when I was 16, the doctor said I wouldn't live.
Well, it was nice of you not to make a liar out of it.
Philip, I did live.
Well, prove it. Blink your eyes a little. Breathe now and then.
Philip, don't be facetious. I happen to have an unusual physique. You should see me stripped. I look...
Please, Willie, I just ate. You're the skinniest guy I've ever seen.
Now, Philly's not that skinny.
Oh, no, if you don't stand in just the right position when he's taking a shower, he don't get wet.
Now, don't kid him, Phil. He did a very noble thing donating to the blood bank.
Yeah, I know. I know he did. Hey, I'm sorry, Willie, because I'm really proud of you, kid. They need blood now, and everybody should go down and give some.
I knew you felt that way about it, Philip, so I pledged a pint of yours.
Well, I think it's mine? What do you mean by giving my blood away like that? That stuff don't grow on trees, you know.
Phil, they need your blood.
They need it. What am I supposed to use, borscht? Borscht? I'm a little anemic right now myself, dear. And if they take my blood away, well, I won't be able to face my barber.
Well, what's your barber got to do with it?
Well, it'll be embarrassing if he cuts me while he's shaving and nothing comes out.
No, stop stalling, Philip. You're not anemic. I made an appointment for you at the Red Cross for this afternoon, and you'd better be there.
Well, I'd love to help. Hey, tell me, Willie, does it hurt much?
Of course not. There's nothing to it.
Well, how's it affect you after?
There's no after effect. I just had it done, and look at me.
That bad, huh?
Phil, stop being such a sissy. It's perfectly harmless. You know, most of the people who go for the first time keep coming back every 3 months.
You mean this can get to be habit forming?
It's a good thing for you to make a habit of.
Well, I've already got one habit. I mean, other than that. I have one habit, honey, biting my nails, and I've been doing it so long I hate to give it up and break in a new gimmick. It just don't,
all right, you big jellyfish. Now, look, Philip, I made an appointment for you at 4 o'clock today, and I expect you to show up.
All right. Did you say 4 o'clock? Couldn't possibly make it at 4. It's tea time, you know. Queen Elizabeth would hate me if I missed my tea and trumpets.
They give you tea down there. Any other excuses?
Well, I can't think of any offhand.
Then you'll go.
All right, I'll go. But if anything happens to me, it's going to be your fault, Willie. And I'm warning you, if I die, I'll never talk to you again as long as I live.
Now, Phil, nothing's going to happen to you, and it's your patriotic duty to do it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. And it's everybody's duty. Well, I'll not only go, but I'll get everybody I know to go down, too. Hey, wait a minute, I'll get to that.
Hiya, Curly.
Hey. Oh, Francis. Hi, Frankie. You're just the guy I wanted to see. I know you can't see me, but I'm looking at you. Look, Francis, you'd like to do something for your country, wouldn't you?
Why should I? What did Lower Slobovia ever do for me?
I'm not talking about your fatherland. I'm talking about the country you were smuggled into, America.
Oh, that's different. What do you want me to do?
Well, I've got it all fixed. I've arranged for you to do something very patriotic.
If you had me drafted, I'll punch you right in the nose.
Frankie, I wouldn't do that to any country. All I want you to do is to come down to the Red Cross with me because they're calling for donors and, I'm going to donate a pint and, I want you to give a pint.
Okay. I'll give bourbon. What are you going to give?
I'm going to give blood.
Well, why didn't I think of that? It's cheaper than bourbon. It's
will you keep quiet a minute because I'm serious. The Red Cross needs blood donors. And I want you to come down with me today and give some.
Well, I'd like to, but I can't.
What's the matter, kid? Are you scared?
No, it's not that.
Frightened, huh?
No, that's not it either.
You're yellow.
That's it.
Well, I know how you feel. Confidentially, I'm a little afraid myself, but look, Remley, we ought to do it.
Well, if you think so, okay.
Certainly. They need good red blood like ours.
Oh, red blood! In that case, they couldn't use mine.
Your blood ain't red?
No, it's sort of a forest green.
Don't worry, they'll take it anyway.
But, Curly, it's green.
Well, tell them it ain't ripe yet. You're going to go down with me now and don't argue.
Well, can't we put it off till some other time?
No, we can't. That's your big fault, Remley. You're always procrastinating. Procrastinating. You have to do something, do it. That's the trouble with people. There's them that does and them that don't and them that says they will but won't. So if Satan tempts you, hold on tight, 'cause you can't do wrong doing right. There's them that shall and them that shan't and them that wish they could but can't. But it's them that does that sees the light, 'cause you can't do wrong doing right. Look at that gal Delilah. She had 'em all in a spin. She clipped the mighty Samson, but she got caught when the house fell in. So you see, there's got to be just one road for you and me. Let old Satan know he lost the fight, 'cause you can't do wrong doing right.
You gotta do right.
Well, make me know.
Yes, you gotta do right.
Oh, keep preaching.
If you want to see the light.
Oh, hallelujah.
'Cause you can't do wrong when you're doing right.
So there's them that's good and them that's mean and them that's somewhere in between. But it looks to me from what I've seen that you can't do wrong doing right. There's them that's meek and them that's bold. Now, don't ask me, but I've been told it's the meek that plays them harps of gold, 'cause you can't do wrong doing right. Now, look at old Big Goliath bragging about his size, picking on little David, but he got hit right between the eyes. So you see, there's got to be just one road for you and me. Let old Satan know he lost the fight, 'cause you can't do wrong doing right.
You mustn't do wrong.
Well, that's right with me.
No, you mustn't do wrong.
That's philosophy.
If you want to get along.
Oh, I believe it now.
'Cause you never get along if you're doing wrong.
Now, they threw Daniel to the lions. The king had it done. He's the law. But it wasn't long till Daniel had all of them cats drinking milk out of straw. And so you see, there's got to be just one road for you and me. Let old Satan know he lost the fight, 'cause you can't do wrong doing right. 'Cause you can't do wrong doing right.
'Cause you can't do wrong when you're doing what is
right. Keep on doing right. Well, Remley, did my song make you feel better?
Not particularly. I'm still worried.
Remley, I tell you there's nothing to worry about. Willie said it's very simple. Now buck up and be a man. Conquer your fear like I'm doing. We're going through with this thing, and we're going to...
Phil!
Yes?
It's 3 o'clock, dear. It's time to go.
Time to go? Already? Well, don't just stand there, Remley. Think of some way we can get out of there.
Believe me, I'm thinking.
Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Alice.
Are you going to the blood bank with Phil?
Well, I'd like to, but I can't. You wouldn't expect me to give blood on my wedding day.
Your wedding day? Frankie, whom are you marrying?
Me. Come, Francis, dear. Let's leave for the church.
I never saw such babies as you two.
Oh, but, honey, are you sure that they want our blood?
Of course they do. You're two strong, healthy specimens. Now, it would be different if you were sick. Then they wouldn't take it from you.
They don't take it from you if you're sick, huh?
No, but you are not sick. What's the matter with you?
It's my armpits again. Oh, the pain. Oh, I suffer.
Remley, step aside and let a man in there who knows how to suffer.
Curly, please, you just sang one song.
I'm not singing, I'm in pain.
You got sick very suddenly, didn't you, Phil? What's wrong with you?
Well, I got chicken pox, and I can prove it.
Brother, now I've heard everything.
No, you haven't. Wait till you hear what I got. Ist das nicht ein Schnitzelbaum? Ja, das ist ein Schnitzelbaum. Schnitzelbaum, Schnitzelbaum, Schnitzelbaum.
Now, what's that?
German measles.
Oh.
Now, fellas, you're being ridiculous. It's absolutely painless. I'm going down and give a pint of blood myself.
While you're there, give a pint for me.
Throw in a magnum for me, Alice. We're too feeble to go.
Now, there's nothing wrong with you physically. Your feebleness is all in your mind. Now, come on, let's get down to the Red Cross. Let's see. The blood bank is on this block someplace. Oh, fellas, come on, stop lagging behind. It's 5 minutes to 4.
We're coming, Alice, as fast as our gout-ridden legs will carry.
Curly, we're getting awful close. Can't you think of something?
I'm trying.
All right, fellas, here we are. Let's go in.
Look, Alice, I'm afraid this is going to hurt. My little body won't stand.
Phil, will you please stop it? Let me explain how simple this is going to be. First, you fill out a form. Then they give you an examination. After that, they take your blood, give you a drink, and you go home.
I don't care if they... Drink? Well, this place is starting to look up a little bit. What do you have, Rem?
Let's go to the bar and see what they got.
Well, that ain't going to be necessary because here comes the guy in a white coat, right? Oh, bartender, make me an old-fashioned with soda.
I am not a bartender. I'm a doctor.
Okay, then make it with rubbing alcohol.
Phil, please. Doctor, I hope you'll forgive my husband. You see, he was told you serve drinks here.
Oh, we do. We pass around tomato juice, orange juice, tea, milk.
Please, Doc, you're making me nauseous.
Doctor, we're here as donors.
Oh, that's very nice of you people. We appreciate your coming down.
Yeah. Now, look, Doc, take it now and let's get it over with.
Not so fast, sir. First, you'll have to fill out these donor registration cards. I'll be back for them in a minute.
Look, Alice, can't we call the whole thing off?
Yeah, I'm beginning to lose my nerve.
Nonsense. Let's fill the cards out. I'll tell you what. While we're doing it, I'll cheer you up.
Curly, is she going to...
Yes, she is. So you might as well get out your long-necked Vega and start to accompany her.
Ask me how do I feel, ask me now that we're cozy and clinging. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a bell, I'd be ringing. From the moment we kiss tonight, that's the way I just got to behave. Boy, if I were a lamp, I'd light, or if I were a banner, I'd wave. you've asked me how do I feel, little me with my quiet upbringing. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a gate, I'd be swinging. And if I were a watch, I'd start hopping my spring, boy. Or if I were a bell, I'd go ding dong, ding dong, ding.
Ask us how do we feel from this chemistry lesson we're learning.
All right, boys, how do you feel?
Well, dear, all we can say is if we were a bridge, we'd be burning.
Yes, I knew my morale would crack.
You gotta be careful.
From the wonderful way that he looked. Boy, if I were a duck, I'd quack. Or if I were a goose, I'd be cooked. Ask me how do I feel. Ask me now that we're fondly caressing.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, if I were a salad, I just know I'd be splashing my dressing.
Or if I were a season, I'd surely be spring. Or if I were a bell, I'd go. If I were a bell, I'd go. If I were a bell, I'd go ding dong, ding dong,
Curly?
Yeah.
I don't understand your wife.
You don't Well, why?
Everybody else is sitting around bleeding and she's singing.
Well, Remley, you know how women are. They don't know enough.
Well, folks, did you fill out your cards?
Yeah, we filled them out. Here you are, Doc. Glad to have been of service to the Red Cross. Anytime you need me again, just call me. So long. If you follow my instructions, you'll be on your feet in no time.
Come back here. This is just the first step. Now, let me see. Yes, your cards are all in order. Now, I'll take a sample of your blood, Mr. Harris.
What do you need a sample for? What are you going to do, send a salesman on the road with it?
We need a sample to determine your type. Now, give me your hand. Now, just prick your finger with this needle and take a drop.
Do it with my first wife. Do it with my wife first. Do it to her first.
All right, Doctor. All right, Doctor, I'll go first. Here's my finger.
Thank you. Just hold it steady. There, it's all over.
You see, Phil? I didn't even feel it.
Gee, it's that simple, huh? Hey, nothing to it. Here's my finger, Doc. Shoot the works. Take 2 drops.
All right, hold still. There.
Oh, those... Doctor, you pulled a knife on me.
I'd like to, but we need you. Mr. Remley, let me have your finger.
But, Doctor, I don't think
Hold still. There.
Now I know what a woman goes through when she has a baby.
Now, little mother, take it easy. I'll be right back as soon as I have this blood type. I had to be a doctor. I should have listened to my father and been a licensed plumber.
Phil, I never saw such a disgusting display of cowardice. Never.
I am not a coward. It's just that us musicians are sensitive souls.
That's right. Look, Curly, I can't stand any more of this torture. I'm going home.
Me too.
You're not going anyplace, Phil. You came down to give a pint of blood, and you're going to give it.
What's she after, Curly? Your insurance money?
I don't know, but I guess we're going to have to go through with this, Remy. Ain't no way out.
If we could only think of
Would you people care for something to drink? We have tomato juice, orange juice, milk, or tea.
No, lady, thanks. Look, we got enough trouble.
Wait a minute, Curly. Wait a minute. I got an idea. Come here.
Well, what are you talking about?
Come here.
I want no juice from the lady.
Listen.
What do you want?
I think I know a way we won't have to give him our blood.
What are we going to give him?
What does tomato juice look like?
Well, it's red and it looks like blood, yeah. Hey, Remley.
Huh?
The next time that gal goes by, you cop 2 cups tomato juice.
When she passes me, I'll lift 2 cups.
Yeah,
Orange juice, tomato juice, hot tea, milk.
I got him, Curly.
Good. Now keep him behind you so nobody will see him.
Okay. Hey, reach in back of you. I'll slip you one.
Got it.
Well, Mr. Harris, I just typed your blood, and it's okay. Now, if you'll follow me into the donor's room...
Hey, it's going to be necessary, Doc. While I was waiting for you, I thought I'd save you a little time, so I took my own blood out.
You took your own?
Yes, sir. Here you are, Doc, a whole cupful of the stuff. Pretty, ain't it? Honest, Doctor, did you ever see blood as rich as that before?
No, I haven't. First time I've seen yellow blood with pits in it.
Pits? When you heisted orange juice.
What are you kicking about? I got hot tea with a bag in it.
I'm a busy man. So if you brownies are through playing, let's get on.
What type of blood do I have, Doctor?
Well, you're type A, Mrs. Harris.
How about me?
You're type O, Mr. Harris.
What type's my blood, Doc?
That we haven't been able to figure out yet. We put it through every test known to medical science, and the results are a little startling.
What do you mean?
Well, your type of blood is found only in prehistoric monsters. Are there any Neanderthal men in your family?
No, but he's got an aunt who looks like a dinosaur.
Curly, please. That's no way to talk about my Aunt Brontosaurus. Doctor, what's wrong with my blood?
Well, for one thing, it's not liquid. It has the consistency of well-chewed bubble gum.
No wonder every time I cut myself, there's a loud pop. Well, I guess in that case, you won't be able to use my blood, will you, Doc?
We'll take it. We'll find some use for it. Now, you folks wait right here. I'll send one of my assistants in to take your blood.
Thank you, Doctor. Fellas, you stay right here. I'm going over to get some juice.
Won't work. We tried it.
Oh, how 2 grown men can act like such...
Hiya, Miss Faye.
Oh, hello, Julius. What are you doing here?
I help out in my spare time. I pour the juices they pass out. What are you doing here?
Well, I came down to be a donor. I brought Mr. Harris and Mr. Remley down, too.
Oh, you brought them to the wrong place. This is where we take it, not give it. Where are they?
Right over there. They're waiting for the doctor's assistant to take their blood.
Oh, I better go over and welcome them. Excuse me. Oh, what an opportunity. Hiya, fellas.
Hey, it's old Julius. What are you doing here, kid?
I'm the doctor's assistant.
You're the... Come on, Remley. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute. What are you guys here for?
We came down to give our blood.
I'll be glad to take it. Just follow me to the vampire bat department. Oh, nice. Warm-up bats 3 and 4.
Cut it out, Julius. We want this done the right way.
Yeah, now should I roll up my sleeve so you can take it from my arm?
Don't bother. Just open your collar. I'll take it from your throat.
All right, Julius, don't get wise. Besides, we ain't going to let you do it.
Okay, we got a self-service department. You can do it yourself.
Well, that sounds a little better. Now, how do we do this?
It's simple. Here's a sharp razor and a 5-gallon can. Now get to work.
A 5-gallon can?
Now don't stand there, Mac. Fill her up.
Will you stop trying to scare us, Julius? How's this really done?
You have nothing to worry about, fellas. It's done very scientifically. I take your blood the same way they get sap from a maple tree.
You mean?
Yeah, I drill a hole in your leg, shove a spigot in, and hang a can on it.
I'm going to like this. Let's get out of here.
But, Remley, we got to do our share. One little spigot. That ain't going to
I'm willing to do my share, but I ain't going to let this little leech touch me.
There's other ways you can help out, Mr. Emily. I can get you a job here as a model.
A model at a blood bank?
Yeah. You stand next to the donor while we're taking his blood, and when the guy begins to look like you, we know we've taken too much.
Curly, this kid has got to go. Let's finish him off right now.
All right, let's don't rush into it. Let's take our time and think of a nice, gruesome way to put him out. Don't be an
All right, fellas, I was only kidding. I don't take the blood, the doctor does. And he's a wonderful doctor. He has a way of doing it so you don't even feel it.
Okay, that's better. Now call the doctor.
Okay. Oh, Dr. Dracula! Dr. Dracula, sharpen your fangs. We gotta kill you.
That does it. Grab him. Get a hold of him,
All right, Roger, I got him.
All right,
what do we do to him?
Just ad-lib around until we get a vital spot.
Let
That's
go of me, you
all.
gorillas.
Take
Leave
this.
my head
Get away.
alone. Stop pressing my soft spot.
Frankie, stop that. Let go of Julius. Phil, get your finger out of his ear.
I was only going to bowl him down the corridor.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself scaring this poor child.
Yeah, poor little me. I'll see you later, Miss Faye. You're always trying to do something to shorten me little life.
All right, folks, we're ready for you now. Just follow me, please.
Come on, boys.
Well, I guess this is it, Rumley.
Yeah. Well, if we have to go, let's go out like men. With a smile on our faces.
And a song on our lips.
What do we sing, Curly?
How about the thing? I might as well get in one last plug. As I
go walking into the room to give our blood away,
we see a big fat doctor there.
Well, there you are, fellas. It's all over, and there was nothing to it, was there?
Nah. It was a cinch. You know, those doctors are pretty clever. You don't feel a thing. How do you feel, Remley?
Great. Just think, Curly, I gave a whole pint of my blood to help somebody else. I'm quite a guy.
Well, I gave a pint too, you know, and I'm just as proud of it as you are. Hey, Alice, you don't know what it feels like to give part of you to somebody else.
I also gave a pint.
Yeah, but that's women's blood. That don't count.
And just think, Curly. Today we gave our blood, and tomorrow they'll be using it to help a couple of soldiers. Or they might give it to 2 little kids who need it.
Yeah. Hey, Ram.
Huh?
I can just see those 2 little kids walking along with our blood in them. The same blood that flows through our... Hey, Remley.
What?
Do you think we did the right thing?
Those kids are young. They'll outgrow it.
This is Phil again. And seriously, Red Cross supplies of blood are dangerously low. To donate your blood is completely painless. Some of the guys in my own band, I'm proud to say, have donated as many as 12 to 16 times. So go to your nearest Red Cross blood bank this week. All your life, you'll be proud you did. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Now enjoy Hedda Hopper, then it's Ann Baxter and Theater Guild on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, gang. this is Ken Carpenter standing on your front porch and throwing our hats through the door for the 125th time. And if you don't throw it out, we'll come in and answer a few of your letters to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. As we hook into the international beams to all APOs and SPOs tonight, clam bake appears to be not only sensational, but positively mediocre. And here's the man who told me to say that. Your master of ceremonies, that famous Hollywood star, that man among men, and that washout among women, Jack Benny.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Hello again, gang. This is Jack Benny talking, and listen, Ken, what do you mean I'm a washout among women? Did you get a load of that girl I brought to the broadcast with me?
She certainly is a load.
Well, you just don't know a good-looking girl when you see one.
Oh, I was only kidding, Jack. She's really quite attractive. Movie actress?
No, Ken, she's a plumber. I met her the other day when she came out to my house to fix a chain. I tell you, it was love at first sight. I walked into the kitchen, and there she was under the sink. I tripped over her Stilton wrench and joined her.
Well, I'll say that's one way of getting acquainted.
I'm glad I met her, though. Isn't she cute, Ken?
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, she has a pretty face, but I think her overalls are a little baggy.
Well, they may be baggy, Ken, but underneath them beats a heart of gold. And I'll tell you another thing. She's full of fun. She's got the darndest sense of humor.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, she's always sneaking up behind me with a plunger and snatching my toupee. And I'll tell you another thing. A girl plumber has to take good care of herself. You know, Ken, she doesn't smoke or drink.
Oh, she never drinks, huh?
Oh, once in a while she has a Drano and soda. You know? With a twist of lemon peel, of course. But outside of that, nothing.
Pardon me, men. This is Command Performance, I presume.
Well, Bing Crosby. That's right. A little nervous, without hope?
Oh, yes.
Nice, isn't it? Well, it's nice seeing you, Bing.
Nice to see you, Jackson. What's the big discussion, Ken?
Oh, we were just talking about the girl that Jack brought to the broadcast.
Well, you mean Blowtorch Annie?
That's her professional name. So you met her, eh, Bing?
Oh, indeed I did. As a matter of fact, I autographed her soldering iron on the way.
Well, that was sweet.
You know, she gave me one of her business cards, Jack, and it doesn't speak too well for you, really.
What do you mean? What does the card say?
Well, here it is. Blowtorch Annie. I specialize in drips. Hands right there.
Can't understand it. That means drips from pipe. I'm no drip.
Pardon me.
Hope would have had a better answer there.
Much better. Rochester would give you a better straight line.
I know it.
Pardon me for any aspersions I might have cast, Jack, or any I may cast in the near future. And talking of plumbing, I'd like to stretch my own rusty pipes and funnel a greeting to Bob. Meet me at the Shamrock on Thursday morrow, 885. Redberry at 726. In regards to Olson, Salyer, Lee, and Fox at 729 from, Frank. Rather odd name here. Oh, yes. Frank Sinatra, the kid's name. Boy knocks for two. And hello to the Torpedo Kids, including Jules, Nebraska, Sackfullen, Black Dog Gallo, and Stinky Trailer. And for the Command Performance Club everywhere and Granddad Benny here, you must have been a beautiful baby.
Well, thanks.
Must have been a beautiful baby. You must have been a wonderful child. When you were only starting to go to kindergarten, I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now. When it came to winning blue ribbons, you You must have showed the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I'll bet you made the other kids bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, oh, baby. Yes, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause, baby, look at you now.
Now, what I'd give to have my violin here. You must have been a beautiful baby, sung by Bing Command Performance Crosby. Gosh, Bing, I'll never forget the first night I heard you sing. It was at the Coconut Grove.
You remember the Grove days, huh? See, I had no idea you were that old.
You didn't?
No.
I love this boy. But, Bing, you must remember the night I walked into the Grove to sing.
Oh, yes, I remember well. You came in with that big lunch basket. You spread your blanket on the dance floor. The waiters formed a flying wedge, and out you went.
Well, it was my first visit to Los Angeles. In Waukegan, where I come from, a grove is a place to have a picnic. But getting back to what's on my mind, Bing, I lost Dennis Day.
Open manhole?
No, Navy.
Well, Jack, your loss is the Navy's game. Dennis was a fine broth of the bar.
Did I give you my dialect? Yes, that's true. He was a good singer. And he was so, Dennis was so unmercenary, you know?
Worked pretty cheap, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say cheap, but on Saturday night when I used to hand him his pay envelope, my hand very seldom trembled. Anyhow, Bing, there's a great opportunity on my program for the right young fellow.
You mean?
I mean, snap at it, kid.
Well, Jack, if I hear of anybody, I'm going to let you know.
What's the matter with this guy? Does he have to have a ton of bricks fall on him or something? Bing, I wish you'd pay attention. I need a singer, and I'll take you just as you are. No audition or anything. I don't.
Very nice of you. Really sweet. You're sweet.
I mean, just what I heard tonight was enough for me, you know? Of course, you won't have to do much. You see, I mean, you'll start at the bottom, but you'll work up fast. I mean, think of the chance this is. 5 years ago, nobody knew Dennis Day.
Today, he's scrubbing a deck.
That's not what I mean. I have a contract right here. Of course, there's just one thing. I want a character somewhat like Dennis. Can you act dumb?
Not dumb enough to sign that contract.
Boy, it's tricky. Now, Bing, come to your senses. I'm going to ask you just once more to work for me, and I want an affirmative answer.
You couldn't force a yes out of me with Annie's plunger.
Now, Bing, I wouldn't be too hasty if I were you. Think of your future. You know, there's
so little left of it, I'd rather not.
Don't be downhearted, son. Stick with Uncle Jack, and everything will be all right.
But, Jack, I have my own radio show. The Dozer, but we have it, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were in the road business at Paramount.
Well, you hit on something there, Dad. Hope and I have made so many road pictures, really. L'amour is getting soft shoulders.
Her curves are nicely banked, too. Did you notice? But, Bing, I was wondering, just for curiosity's sake, if you didn't have your own show, how much would you charge me a week to sing on my program?
Well, I don't like to make my business public, Jack. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll whisper it to you.
Use my left ear. That's the better one. Okay, how much would you charge me to sing one song a week? Holy smoke, I wouldn't pay that to Sinatra.
Wait a minute now.
Heavens to Betsy.
$35 a week, that's not robbing you.
You never said that. You said 45. That left ear of mine never misses, brother.
Gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, this, after all, is command performance. It's about time for a little glamour.
Glamour? What's wrong with us?
That's what I say. Well, don't nobody answer that either.
Well, it seems the gentlemen of the AEF have written bales of letters requesting Miss Georgia Gibbs, whom they seem to love.
Georgia Gibbs, is that her standing there?
Mm-hmm.
Say, she's cute. I must see what she's doing later.
Listen, you stick to your plumber. I came in here empty.
Oh.
Brushing aside this romantic dialogue and clearing a couple of tired wolves away from the microphone, let me say it's all yours, Georgia Gibbs.
Thanks, Ken, Jack, Bing, and hi, fellas. Love to the Snapseed gang at 726, AR Sessions, Navy 230, that B-17 named Deanie. The 76 Ward at 952, Lieutenant Colonel Hearn at 709, and also at 709, Silent Bill, Zoot Nilsson, Hogjaw Myers, Stumblebum, and Fireball Lee. Also, the Broadway Glom somewhere between New York and the English Channel. The Glom, according to Sal Scamaccia, keeper of the Glom, is a little turtle on the USS, mustn't give the name. So, fellas, here's the song you've asked me to do on Command Performance. I walk around heavy-hearted and sad. Night comes around and I'm still feeling bad. The rain's pouring down, blinding every hope I have. It's bittering, battering, beating and spattering. It drives me mad. I don't know why. There's no sun up in the sky, only weather. Since my man and I ain't together, raining all the time. Life is vague, gloom and misery everywhere, stormy weather. I just can't get my poor self together. So weary all the time, so weary all the time. Now when he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. I cannot go on. Everything in life is gone, only weather. Since my man and I ain't together, raining all the time, keeps on raining all the
That was great, Georgia. I sure enjoyed your singing. I knew you'd love that one. Enjoyed your number. Get it?
He wants me to go on his program this morning.
Don't be so critical. I like to see you think of something witty that fast.
Listen, when Georgia was singing, I was looking and listening. I wasn't thinking.
Now, wait a minute. You'll have to pardon me again, gentlemen.
Carpenter's always butting in here.
Very rude, boy, isn't it?
Well, it's an absolute necessity. Whenever things get dull around Command Performance, it's my duty to break in and introduce the next guest.
Do you think we're dull, Bing?
Well, maybe inside here, but in front of the drugstore, we fracture.
Oh.
Well, our next guest is a man who, well, on the other hand, I don't like to exactly say that without qualifying my statement by saying he's also very well known in the field of, well, one thing I'm sure of, here he is, that musical genius, that man of no words, Harpo Marx.
Well, Harpo, how are you? Good to see you. What do you say, kid?
Yeah, hello, Harp. What's cooking?
For a minute, I didn't think he was going to speak to her.
Yeah, Harpo looks hungry, Jack.
He does at that. Want something to eat, Harpo?
What would you like?
Get him a glass of milk. And a piece of raspberry pie.
Now, gentlemen, I'm afraid to interrupt again, but things are getting a little dull.
Carpenter. After all, we're handicapped.
Yeah, how can we hold a conversation with a guy who won't talk?
Oh, wait. Apparently, you aren't aware of the fact that Mr. Marx always travels with an interpreter. Of course, he's brought him along tonight. Gentlemen of the AEF, may I present Harpo's official interpreter and spokesman, Mr. Gary Cooper.
Hey, Bing, he got more applause than we did.
Get my things. I'm lazy.
Well, Gary, this is really a surprise. Doggone, I didn't know that you were Harpo's spokesman. So you travel around and do all this talking for him. Is that right?
Yep.
Well, Gary? Gary, I'm glad you're here because we're beginning to have a little trouble with Harpo. Do you ever have any trouble with him?
Nope.
Well, I guess that's because you've known him so long. I mean, you're very close to him. You understand him.
Yep.
And he won the Academy Award. Hey, Bing, do you think you could get him to talk?
Nope.
Well, try.
Okay, say, Gary, we had a lot of fun when you were working at Paramount on For Whom the Bell Tolls, didn't we?
Yep.
What do you do? Oh, what are you doing now? You on a vacation?
No.
Well, then you're getting ready for another picture.
Yep.
Is there a part in the picture for me?
Nope.
Well, I'll try one more question. Is Harpo going to play his harp tonight?
Yep. This guy's beginning to crack like Silent Yoakum, isn't he?
Gary,
Yoakum fans back there.
Gary, what's Harpo going to play?
The harp.
He said something! Hey, he said something!
Gabby Barber, huh?
What selection?
Well, I hate to hog the whole show by talking too much, but Harpo's going to play Who Threw the Overalls in Mrs. Murphy's Chowder. I want to warn you, it's going to sound more like Stardust. Climb up on the harp, sonny boy, and play it like an angel.
For heaven's sake, Gary, what's the matter with him? He's groaning.
Naturally.
Naturally?
Well, he wants the groaner to sing with him.
Okay, Harpo. Sit right over there and pluck me on, boy. Lots of requests tonight for Blue Heaven.
When whippoorwills call and evening is nigh, I hurry to my blue heaven. I turn to the right, and a little white light Molly and me. And baby makes three. We're happy in my blue heaven.
Thanks, Harpo, Marx, and Gary Cooper. And say, bingo.
Yeah, Jack?
Command Performance gets a lot of crazy requests. You know that, of course. Remember one night you had to mix up a bourbon and soda?
Hope drank it, remembered it well. What's for tonight, a Cuba Libre, Jack? What are we going to do?
Now, a letter from Private Phil Stearns, formerly of Sausalito, California.
Hmm?
Dear Command Performance, these GI shoes we wear get heavy at times, but I've thought up a way to make them seem lighter. Please have Ann Miller do a tap dance wearing a pair of our 10-pound brogans. Fellas, Ann Miller.
Hi, fellas. Say, Ken, you know, those clodhoppers look pretty heavy. Could somebody help me on
Why, sure. Bing and Jack, be gallant and help a little girl with her shoes. You go right over there, Ann. This is Ken Carpenter, ladies and gentlemen. I have a microphone here and will report this amazing spectacle as I see it. Mr. Benny has a monstrous GI shoe in his hand and is about to place it on Miss Miller's tiny left foot. Mr. Benny is bending down. Now Mr. Crosby bends down. Now they're preparing to lace up the brogans. Miss Miller is wearing a beautiful ensemble this evening. Mr. Crosby is wearing, well, we'll skip that. It's a beautiful day out here today, folks. We can see the purple mountains in the background. Both teams look to be in great shape. The referee's about to blow his whistle. The horses are nearing the starting gate. Are you all set? Fellas, here's Ann Miller tap dancing for the AEF in a pair of GI battle wagons.
Miller, now you know what it's like in the infantry. One of those shoes looks like my Maxwell. Hey, Bing, will you kill a little more time here? I got to go help Annie with her shoes. So long, fellas.
Stay right.
So long, Bing. We'll see you later.
Anyway, gang, one of the finest... Can I join you, boys? We're now removing Miss Ann Miller's brogans. This may go far into the night. One of the finest letters that ever pulled into Old Command Performance asked us to sing the song One Alone. And I'd like to bounce it off for the guys who wrote that letter. My hunch is that they're somewhere north of Rome tonight, still paving the long road to Berlin. But wherever they are, they'll know that this one is for them.
One alone to be my own. worshipping soul possesses. At her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine all alone. Her call, I'd give my all my life and all my love enduring. This would be a magic world to me if she were mine.
Sort of licks the platter clean for the time being, gang. It's swell getting together with you again. The best of the best from the mob here on Command Performance. And I'm saying goodnight for each one of them. Oh, just a minute. Harpo, Marx wants to say goodnight for himself here. Harpo? So long from over here to over there.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is KERA-FM Dallas. You're a listener. Become a member.
Operator, this is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's Drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's Drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
That was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on tills. Tills? Listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill. Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times. But, Mr. Fink, you shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the malted milkshake. Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere. Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little. But you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them.
accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat.
Oh, all right. Here your nickel.
Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of... Hello?
Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie. This is urgent. I'm up to you immediately regarding a certain proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I didn't mind last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This proposition is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Everybody, how are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, and the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Miss Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Bennett's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiled?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard, Clara Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir. But he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Hello? Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack, why, it's Jack Benny. Jack, this is really a surprise.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. When I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Will you forget business? Forget business for a while. Business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh,
yes. Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up in front of all this. Look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that.
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack. Never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. After all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that'll tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really. It's where I say to her, Connie. See, that's her name in the picture, Connie. My name is Billy Boy.
Really?
Yeah, look at this. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this is after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. How's Ida? Did she see my picture?
She didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the screen.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie, I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag. I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute. Yeah. Now, don't misunderstand what I'm going to
Jack,
say. You know. Now, look at you've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk.
Let me hear I'm your friend.
I'm acting like a kid.
No! Jack, it's all right.
Let's drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Then, Jack, from
From what you've just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble scene.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble scene?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject, but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Now, what, Eddie?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept right.
You really saw? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into a mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Anyway, Harry... Oh, Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her to... Listen. I've been just telling Harry Von Zell how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee.
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is.
Yes.
I am going to New York in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
You see, I want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's his favor, you?
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You're wanted at the stage show, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah Shaw.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. Can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it... Shall it be that way? You told me not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes?
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Oh, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. Look, when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself.
wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Ida. Dinah, I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the one I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. I'm dreaming of the with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be
I wonder what Cantor really pays there.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller announcer. And he's so unreasonable. Well, I offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth.
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
Come with me, we'll get 1 million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get 1 million smiles.
You rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
That's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, helpful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No.
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him, and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
You said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny? This is Rochester, boss. I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
All that cheap tricks. The minute my back is turned, tries to steal my cash. You can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't it the truth?
Rochester. Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he's talking about.
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
What's going on, man? Russia.
Comrade, I am your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel. Aha! And I love him. He's like my own brother. Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling. Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero. Oh, stop. Mr. Benny, I've decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing. Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny? Because I like him. I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing Love in Blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I propose. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you. Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong?
Nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson. And after that, I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
gentlemen, Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Now Clancy was the peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was a fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guts. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, O'Leary, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, for goodness sake, now do I smell perfume? Before you could stack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. O'Houlihan delivered ice to Mrs. Clancy's flat. He'd always linger for a while to talk of this and that. One day he kissed her just as Clancy walked into the room. Before you could say the time of the day, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. The neighbors all took out for Kate O'Grady's wedding night. McDougal said, let's have some fun, I think I'll start a fight. He wrecked the halls and kissed the bride and pulverized the groom. Then quick as a wink, before you could think, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom.
Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy.
Mine's oily.
My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
For a lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise. Leading skin specialists have now proved the Palmolive plan, using nothing but Palmolive soap, can bring fresher, brighter complexions. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's what these doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap, massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft, lovely lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive soap's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, normal, young, older. And prove this plan, using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works for 2 out of 3. So for a lovelier complexion, get all other beauty care. Instead, do as these doctors advised. Use Palmolive for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, once every couple of years, some touring theatrical troupe decides to play the town of Weaverville. The first night audience, though small, is always quite colorful. The white, pink, and blue of the ladies' evening dresses blending gaily with the green of the gentlemen's tuxedos. This year's offering is to be the immortal Somerset Maugham classic, Rain, which has been around many a season, although not nearly as many as its star, Miss Lily Lafarge. Needless to say, Mildred Anderson is simply dying to see it, but as usual, there's our young hero to be reckoned with.
Oh, golly, Dennis, don't tell me you're broke again. What do you do with your money?
Well, gee, Mildred, I can't help it if I like to live a little. Gosh, you know how it is. A pack of lifesavers here, a stick of bubble gum there. I guess I'm just a playboy at heart.
Oh, dear, and I did so want to see that play, especially opening night.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mildred.
The audience will be so distinguished. All the men dressed in nothing but opera hats and dinner jackets.
Won't their legs get pretty cold?
I mean, they'll be formal, silly.
Oh.
We have to miss it all. Golly, I didn't mind missing the amateur show that's at the theater now, but I did want to see Rain.
Well, gee, Mildred, do you think maybe we could talk your mother into taking us to see it?
My mother?
Sure, if we worked on it cleverly enough. I've got it, Mildred. We'll tell her it's your birthday.
Oh, don't be silly. Mother knows I was born in June.
Are you sure? Yeah, I guess she was there at the time, huh?
Of course.
Darn it, that woman never lets you out of her sight for a minute.
Wait a second. Suppose you were to compliment Mother a little. Tell her she looked nice, that she was attractive.
Oh, no, I've tried that. I can never keep a straight face.
Dear, I guess we're sunk then. Oh, hi, Mother.
Good morning. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing. It's just that... Well, Lily Lafarge is doing Rain down at the playhouse.
Rain? You mean the Somerset Maugham play? Why, I once starred in that back in our high school theater group. I played Sadie Thompson.
Why, Mother, I never knew that.
Oh, I was sensational. I was the girl two men fought over while the rain poured down for 26 days and nights.
You had an umbrella?
No.
Then why would two men fight?
Never mind.
Oh, you must have been wonderful, Mother. Do you still remember any of your lines? I'd love to hear you do Sadie Thompson.
Oh, would you really, Mildred? Oh, it's been so long. You wouldn't like it.
Oh, yes, I would. Come on, Mother.
Oh, it would bore you, Mildred.
Go ahead, Mrs. Anderson. Teach her a lesson.
Dennis, don't pay any attention to him, Mother. I'll bet you were the most divine Sadie Thompson the theater's ever known.
Well, if I do say so myself, the critic on our high school paper simply raved about me in the second review he wrote.
What about his first review?
Oh, that didn't matter. He retracted the whole thing while he was in the hospital.
Well, I should hope so. You couldn't possibly be anything but glorious on a stage, Mother.
Well, yes, I guess you're right about that.
Why, I bet you could do Sadie Thompson 50 times better than Lily Lafarge.
Oh, now, Mildred. That may not be true at all.
I'll bet you could. Why not see her and find out? Why don't we all go just to prove to ourselves how much better you could do it?
You know that might be mightn't be a bad idea. I mean, I'm so excited. Dennis, here's $10. Go down and get 4 tickets for opening night.
Holy smoke.
What? What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking someday I'm going to marry into real brains. Gee, I hope they're not sold out for opening that. Why, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, my boy.
What are you doing here?
I'm waiting to see Lily Lafarge. I believe I'm in trouble, son.
Trouble? With Lily Lafarge?
Yes, you see, a long time ago, when I was young and impressionable, I wrote some letters to her.
You mean fan letters?
Well, in a way. While I was writing them, I had to stop every now and then to fan myself.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I was really a little bundle of quivering passion in those days. Anyway, this morning I got a call from Miss Lafarge's manager. She wants to see me about the letters. Son, I'm afraid it may be blackmail.
Oh, my gosh. Well, don't you pay her a cent.
And have Poopsie read the things I wrote to another woman? Why, she'd pack her trunk tonight.
Yeah, and you'd be in it.
You said it. Oh, if only I could get my hands on those letters, by hook or by crook.
You mean you'd steal them?
Well, after all, Dennis, in some cases, robbery isn't actually dishonest. Why, look at Francois Villon.
A used car dealer?
Well, not quite. Oh, but what's the use? I can't figure out how to do it. I can't even think of a way to get her out of her dressing room so I can look for them.
Well, gee, Mr. Anderson, maybe I can help. I have an idea. Wouldn't she leave if some big Hollywood producer offered to take her to lunch and talk about a screen test?
By George, Dennis, you might have something there. Only you've got to put on an awfully good act, my boy.
Oh, I know how all the real big shots in Hollywood talk. I hear one on the radio all the time.
Well, it's certainly worth a try. Come on, let's go. Now, that must be her room down there, the one with the star on.
Yeah.
Now, I'll be waiting out here in the hall to sneak in the minute you get her out. Good luck, boy.
Thanks.
Yes?
How do you do? You are Miss Lily Lafarge?
Yes, but who are you?
My dear young lady, you are having the honor of meeting the greatest producer in all Hollywood, Louis B. O'Brien.
Louis B. O'Brien? I don't believe I know the name.
What's this? Never heard of Louis B. O'Brien, maker of the most expensive pictures in Hollywood, producer of A.B.'s Irish Orchid?
Don't you mean A.B.'s Irish Rose?
Please, with me it's nothing but the best.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. O'Brien?
My dear Bublitsky, let us go to lunch. And while we drink on the notchka and dally with our bagels on a flaming sword, we will talk.
Talk? Talk about what?
My next picture, of course. Such a story. Gripping. And I want you should be my star.
Me? What kind of a picture is it?
It's a drama. It all takes place in desolate Siberia. We are calling it Kiss the Borscht Off My Hands.
Well, really, Mr. O'Brien, I don't think I
Wait,
can...
you have not heard the story. You play a beautiful American girl who meets the boy she loves in a salt mine. She marries him, and 2 months later they have 12 lovely children.
What? Why, how's that possible?
Huh? Oh, trick photography.
Are you crazy or something?
Oh, you don't like that, huh? Well, all right, I'll let you play on my other picture. The greatest in history. The American version of Hamlet.
You're going to make Hamlet?
To be sure. And I want that you should play Ophelia.
Oh. Who's going to play Hamlet?
Silly girl.
You mean you?
Well, then?
Why, you're mad.
You think I can play Hamlet? All right. I will recite for you the great soliloquy. Listen. To be or not to be?
Well, go on.
There's more.
That did it. You get right out of here this minute, you fake, and don't you show your face around here again.
But, my dear
child...
child...
No, you take that pony accent with you. Now get out before I throw you out.
But gosh, Miss Lafarge, that's no attitude to take. Besides, don't think you can throw me out so easily. I'm a lot stronger than I look. Oh! Gee, she is, too. Gosh, I don't know what to do now, Mr. Anderson. Are you sure those letters are really incriminating?
Positive, my boy. As I said, I was a pretty molten little hunk of lava in those days.
Well, that's life, I guess. Yesterday's burning coals, today's clinkers.
Yes, and if Poopsie ever finds out about those letters, tomorrow I'll be scattered ashes.
Gosh, we just got to get the letters back, but how?
There's only one way. Sneak into her dressing room tonight and swipe them before she can show them to Poopsie.
But that's impossible. They're holding that amateur show tonight, and they won't let anybody backstage but the contestants who get to the finals.
Dennis, why couldn't we be contestants? Maybe we could get to the finals.
Us? Well, what kind of an act could we do in a show?
Well, maybe we could be a comedy team. Have you heard any good jokes lately?
Well, I did hear a fellow telling his friend one on the bus last night coming home from work.
How'd it go?
Well, let's see now. Oh, yeah. One woman says to another woman, "How long have you been married?" And the first woman says, "Why do you ask?" So the other woman says to her, "Why do I ask?"
Well, what's the rest of it?
I don't know. Just then the bus got to my stop and I had to get off.
Well, so much for comedy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hey, do you remember that act we saw out at the county fair last summer, the mind-reading act?
Well, what mind-reading act?
Well, don't you remember Mandini the Great? He had an assistant, that pretty girl in the bathing suit.
Oh, you mean the one with the red hair and blue eyes with the French bathing suit and the high heels and long black stockings?
Yeah. Well, remember what her partner did?
She had a partner?
Yes, and it was a very simple act. The girl was blindfolded and guessed the objects Mandini held in his hands. He gave her clues that she couldn't miss.
Gee, you think we could do that?
Why, it's a cinch. The clues are a dead giveaway if you just pay attention. Come on, that's the act for us.
Well, okay. But I warn you, in that French bathing suit, I may leave something to be desired.
Thank you very much. And now, the next act on our program, folks, Miraculo, the Mental Marvel.
Here we go, Dennis. Remember, we've just got to get to those finals. Now listen carefully to what I'm saying, and you'll get a clue to the object I'm holding in my hand.
Okay, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see before you Miraculo, the man with the mind that amazes millions. The power of his perception pierces and penetrates. With incredible insight, he instantly answers each and every inquiry. Are you ready, Miraculo?
Who, me?
Yes.
And now, folks, while I blindfold Miracula, his assistant will pass among the audience and hold up certain small objects. The amazing Miraculo will identify them instantly. All right, Miraculo.
All right, I have here an object. Concentrate, Miraculo. What have I got in my hand? You'll have to watch this one. You'll have it hands down any minute.
Can you give me some kind of a clue?
No, that's not allowed. Come, Miraculo. You like to see flowers growing? Your time is my time, Miraculo. Your time is my time, Miraculo. What have I got in my hand?
Rudy Valley?
No. Now concentrate on this subject, Miraculo. When a parade goes by, what do you do?
I watch.
A watch, absolutely right. Oh, uncanny, isn't he?
This is an act?
Now, here's an article a young lady just gave me. You mustn't let her fool you, Miraculo. This is a question any male can answer. Come now, post haste.
Has it got writing on it?
Yes, it has. Mail with writing. Now, what am I holding?
A tattooed sailor.
How do you like that? I thought he'd have trouble with that one.
You still haven't got it, Miraculo. Think now. Suppose Eddie Lamar tried to kiss you. Would you let her?
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
You mean you wouldn't let her?
That's right, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't what?
Kiss her.
Better hurry, fellas. There's an Irish setter up in the wings waiting to say Mother McCree.
Oh, but I haven't guessed what he's holding yet.
He's holding a bottle of Airwick.
No, I'm not.
Well, with this act, you should be. Now, get out of here. Okay, folks, our next act. Here, boy.
Wait a minute, please, sir. Give us another chance.
Yeah. We sing, too. We do a wonderful impersonation of the ink spots, don't we, Mr. Anderson?
We do? Yeah, we do.
The two of you do 4 ink spots?
Yeah, we do 2 spots each. Come on, Mr. Anderson. Let's show him. I don't want to set the world on fire.
just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I love you too much. I just want to start a red-hot flame down in your big old fat heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you, Poopsie gal. Ah, no. Nobody else ain't gonna do. No time, no how.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in my heart.
Well, boys, that was all right. Well, back to the dressing rooms. I'll call you for the final.
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? We did it.
Oh, sure. Talent is talent, and I just happen to have it, that's all. Well, come on, let's go get those letters.
Okay.
Boy, what a cinch, huh, Dennis? Her dressing room wasn't even locked.
Yeah, well, those letters are safe now. When we passed Mrs. Sullivan's backyard, I fed them to her billy goat.
Oh, swell. We don't have to worry about Poopsie hearing of them anymore.
Nah.
Let's go in the house.
Is that you, Herbert?
Yes, little love bundle.
Do you know who was just here to see me? Lily Lafarge, the actress.
Huh?
She told me about some letters you wrote her.
Oh, my sacred cousin Leonora's little crepe de chine bloomers.
And guess what? She wants permission to publish them in her memoirs. She's going to pay you $500. Isn't that wonderful?
$500?
Oh, somebody lowered the boom. Well, so long, everybody.
What? Where are you going?
Oh, never mind. But get out the cookbook. See if you can find a good recipe for baked goat.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste cleans teeth better than Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's safe polishing agent cleans teeth gently and thoroughly, brings out natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
See if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Extra, extra big, extra value, extra economy. Now you can buy Colgate Dental Cream in the new big economy size. Saves you money over any other leading toothpaste. Get the new economy size Colgate Dental Cream at your dealers only 59 cents. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the lovely ballad, Am I All of Your Future?
Am I all of your future, or part of your past? And is this night the first and the last? Will tomorrow again find me here by your side? Or have you and your lips only lied? One thought makes me chill as I thrill to your arms. You've caught one more heart in the web of your charm. Oh, you whisper, I love you. How long will it last? Am I all of your future, or part of your
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kate Dumet's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the past 44 years, the great work done by the National Tuberculosis Association has reduced the number of deaths from tuberculosis by 80%. But even today, one person dies from tuberculosis every 10 minutes. Tuberculosis kills more people between the ages of 15 and 44 than any other disease. You can help stop tuberculosis by generously supporting the sale of Christmas seals. Your contribution will help vital medical research, mass X-ray, services, and rehabilitation for patients. So let's do our share. This year, let's buy as many Christmas seals as we possibly can. Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Every college president to be successful must have some talent for improvisation. And all good improvising being compounded of memory, inventiveness, and facility, the possession of these qualities makes Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's president, a gifted extemporizer. Just now, as his decorative wife, Victoria, enters the room, he's applying his knack for improvisation to the piano.
Vicky, I didn't see you come in. Possibly I had my eyes closed.
You wouldn't have seen me if you'd had them wide open, darling. I came in behind you and just sat down.
I would have known it. Because with your entrance, the room always lights up a little.
Oh. What were you playing?
Oh, I haven't the slightest idea, my sweet. My hands were on the keys, but my mind was not. I suppose I play for the same reason that some men whittle or tie trout flies or doodle on blotters. And you not being here to look at, I was just giving my eyes a rest.
From what, Toddy?
From this book. Here.
Studies in graphology. Oh, handwriting, yeah. A new hobby?
No, I was checking various types of handwriting for a specific purpose. You note the bookmark?
Well, quite a bookmark. A check for $2,500. You must have joined the Bookie of the Month Club. What horse was it?
It is a dark horse, a horse of another color, or a horse on me, depending on the viewpoint. And you'll notice that the check is typed out to the Ivy Glee Club. The only handwriting is the signature.
Abraham Smith. Who's he?
That's what I'm trying to discover.
So why does the Glee Club want to know who Mr. Smith is? Why don't they just cash the check with a happy little cry, say, thank you, Mrs. Smith, and go buy some mandolin picks?
Well, that's the problem. We want to thank the generous Mr. Smith, but we don't know who he is.
Well, ask the Ivy First National Bank. They have the account.
Well, the Ivy First National Bank states courteously but unequivocally that they cannot reveal such information. They intimated that Mr. Smith is a fictitious name used for charitable purposes. It was suggested, in bankerish terms, of course, that I let sleeping dogs lie, let well enough alone, do not stir up the mare's nest, refrain from looking gift horses in the mouth, and other assorted cliches to the effect that I should mind my own business.
But not to be rude, dear. Why don't you?
Well, officially, I'm going to. But unofficially, my curiosity is so aroused.
Somebody at the door, Toddy, and I hope it's Ellery Queen or Charlie Chan or something.
Yes, I could use a little detective assistance with... Oh, well, Professor Warren, come in.
Hello, Doc. Victoria.
Hello.
I was just passing by, so I thought I wouldn't. Am I inopportune?
I should say not. In fact, you can have a key to the front door any time you want it.
Yes. Sit down, Professor, and let's settle a few world problems.
Thanks, I will. Sit down, that is. But I'm afraid world problems will have to wait until... Ouch!
What's the matter? Is there a spring loose in that chair?
Nope. Seem to have sat on a book. I tried to get all mine bound in limp leather. Say, studies in graphology.
Yes.
Who's going in for handwriting analysis?
William is doing some detective work. I just stand around smoking my pipe and being elementary like Dr. Watson.
I'm finding it quite fascinating, Joseph, when you consider that an individual's handwriting is actually a projection of his personality, the result of... I just thought of something.
Well, why stare at me? It's perfectly permissible, even admirable, for a college president to think of something now and then. What's on your mind, son?
Are you Abraham Smith?
Who's Abraham Smith? The brother they didn't have room for on the cough drops?
No, and either you are an excellent actor or you're not the man I'm looking for. But it seems quite a reasonable idea. You're the only member of the faculty I know who's financially able and would be willing to donate $2,500 to a good cause under an assumed name.
Well, thanks. But on the rare occasions when I perform any good works, I sign them Joe Warren. My credit in heaven is so overextended, and I got such a late start mending memorial fences that I can't afford to be modest. What's this all about?
Well, somebody's using that name made a check out to the Ivy Glee Club, and William wants to find out who it is so we can thank him.
Well, to give you a little background, the Glee Club was short of funds. They couldn't buy costumes or new musical arrangements for their annual tour. And then a mysterious Abraham Smith mounts his ballpoint pen and rides to the rescue with his check.
Let's see it.
You recognize the handwriting, Professor?
Nope. But as one detective to another, you can rule out anybody in either the engineering, accounting, or medical departments. Not precise enough for an engineer or an accountant. And the first thing a medical student learns is to write so only an experienced pharmacist can read it.
I know. But I think obscurity in writing is demanded by the medical profession. You see, medical men quite properly, for the safety of the public, are conservative. Which is probably why, with the foundations of medicine going back to the Phoenicians and the Egyptians, doctors have retained the use of hieroglyphics in writing prescriptions. It lends itself admirably to the abbreviation. An abbreviation which extends even to the gowns supplied to hospital patients.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
These dreadful garments, originally designed, I'm sure, for victims of the Spanish Inquisition on their way to the stake, they do have, I suppose, some utilitarian value to the practitioners of surgery. However, when you consider that the fabric of which a hospital gown is composed, a blend of cactus fibers and low-grade sandpaper, diabolically compounded for the abrasion of both soul and epidermis, how did I get here in the hospital? Did I have a conversational accident?
Yes, you did. You were struck by a runaway digression. You got any other guesses about Abraham Smith?
This officer's someone familiar with college affairs.
And you, I thought, as a wealthy novelist.
Oh, please, please. Just because I sold myself down the literary river and typed out 450 pages of fraudulent history and busty intrigue, don't go throwing my ill-gotten gains at me. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that check again.
Do you have a hunch, Professor?
Well, I could be wrong, but I think I've seen that typewriting somewhere. See that crooked W and that lopsided O?
Well, yes. Where did you see it? Whose is it?
I haven't the slightest idea.
No.
But it was quite recently. Look, can you spare this check for a few hours?
Until tomorrow morning. I have to return it to the manager of the Glee Club, Tommy Thornhill. He seemed to think I might abscond to Guatemala with it.
Well, I'll give it to Tommy if you like. He has an early morning class with me. But I'll check this, and if I hit anything, I'll telephone.
You know, I'm finding graphology very interesting, Vicky. You see this example. You see the high stem and the slim loop. Indicates a high regard for personal dignity. Of course, if I were to comb the student body and the faculty for someone with a high sense of dignity, the search would broaden out to some 300 people. Now, on the other hand, take this sample here.
Yes, yes. Now, where did I put this?
See the small B with the initial hook, indicating an animated conversation list. Do we know any... Vicky?
Yes, yes. I was listening. A sense of dignity at 300 people. I heard.
Yes, darling. Combined with a strong Darvison and no small permalif from the Cranivers. Or am I being Mossifrite and Esterbrow?
That's right. Couldn't be anything else.
Victoria.
Yes, yes.
Come home, darling. All is forgiven.
I know. 300 small bees. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for something. Have you seen my hairpins?
Hairpins? Well, no, I don't think
When I came in here, I had a little white cardboard box full of hairpins. I don't remember where I put them.
Well, I think we can eliminate Professor Warren. His scalp is so bereft of foliage that hairpins would be tonsorially obtrusive.
Yes. It was exasperating. I had the box in my hand when you were playing the piano. And then when Professor Warren came in, I set the box down somewhere. Well, if that's Professor Warren, tell him if he returns my hairpins, we'll ask no embarrassing questions.
If he can tell me who Abraham Smith is, I'll buy him a permanent wage.
Yes.
Hall's residence? Oh, yes, Professor, yes. You did? Who? Good heavens, you're joking. Really? Well, thank you very much. Yes, I'll keep you out of it. But, Professor, I owe you a permanent wave. Which do you prefer, poodle or horsetail? Yes, I know. I'll explain it later. Goodbye. How obvious the answer was.
What?
And how readily I ignored the rules of graphology.
How?
After all, the high sense of dignity, the rapid conversation, of course.
Toddy, please.
What, dear?
Don't do this to me.
Do what, darling? What?
Who was it?
Mr. Wellman. Mr. Clarence Wellman.
No.
Yes.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? I take back a lot of things I've said about Mr. Wellman. Not all of them, just some.
I know. But as Coleridge said, think not of his errors now. Remember his greatness, his munificence. Think on all the lovely features of his character.
Let's not go mad, Anyway, Sherlock, the case is closed. The mystery is solved. And you can put on your smoking jacket and play your violin.
Well, I'm sorry, Watson, but cases have been few, and I gave my violin to the landlady in lieu of rent. However, we still have the piano. Oh, my goodness, what's happened?
My hairpins.
What?
I remember now. I put them on the edge of the piano. They must have fallen in.
Well, beauty's loss is music's gain. I rather like the honky-tonk effect.
Is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
As we return to the Halls of Ivy, we find Dr. and Mrs. Hall discussing Mr. Wellman, who turned out to be the mysterious Abraham Smith who sent a generous check to the Ivy Glee Club. Tommy Thornhill, the Glee Club's student manager, is also present. Dr. Hall is saying...
Well, Professor Warren has the check, Tommy. He'll give it to you tomorrow.
Yes, it was Professor Warren who discovered Mr. Smith's real name.
How'd he do it, Mrs. Hall? And who was it?
Obviously someone who's closely connected with the college, but I'm afraid we can't divulge either the method or the individual, Tommy. He evidently desires anonymity, and we must respect it.
Okay. But we'd sure like to give him a few choruses of happy days. He got the Glee Club off a bad spot. Can't you even give me a hint, Dr. Hall? If I had just his last name and his phone number, I could figure the rest of it out myself.
I'm sorry. For one thing, a person who goes to such lengths to conceal his generous instincts would quite properly resent our prying into his identity, however much we would like to thank him.
You see, Tommy, Dr. Hall places great emphasis on good manners. He says that our social machinery is oiled by courtesy, and that please and thank you are the three little squirts that keep it running.
I didn't say that at all. I merely said...
I know. I added the three little squirt bit myself, just punching up your script, Anyway, Tommy, when he can't thank someone for something they've done, it hurts him.
It hurts me too, Mrs. Hall. And if Dr. Hall can think up some way we can show our appreciation without spilling any beans, we certainly...
Thank you. I will.
Well, sounds like you've got visitors, sir. I'd better run along.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Tommy. I think...
Good evening, Dr. Hall, Mrs. Hall.
Good evening, Mr. Wellman.
My phone is... Oh, I didn't know you had...
Mr. Wellman, this is Tommy Thornhill, student manager of the Glee Club. Mr. Wellman, Tommy.
Evening, sir. Evening, Thornhill. Is this a business meeting? I mean, am I interrupting? That is, I was merely...
Not at all, Mr. Wellman. Tommy was here to see if he could find some way of thanking a mysterious benefactor of the Glee Club.
Mr. Wellman, some shy angel yanked us out of the red with $2,500, and we can't find out who he is to pin a gardenia on him.
I told Thornhill that the donor's privacy must be respected, Mr. Wellman.
Of course. Can't go snooping into affairs like that. Man wants to help somebody without any brass flags. I mean, bands waving. What I mean is, you say you manage the Glee Club at Thorndike? Yes, I'm the student manager, Mr. Wellman, and my name is Thornhill, not Thorndyke. Oh. Though it was spelled M-U-D until this check came along. Now I can get the show on the road, thanks to Mr. Smith.
Mr.
Who?
Smith, Mr. Wellman, the mysterious friend who sent the check. If I knew who it was, I'd give him a kiss.
Please, Miss Wellman, I don't think it calls for any such emotional display. I mean, this Smith fellow, whoever he is, must be very bad. By the way, I'm an old Glee Club man myself. Thorndale? Yes, I know that, Mr. Wellman. I've seen your picture. You were a tenor, straw hat and a cane. Class of, was it 1913?
1940. Matter of fact, I was student manager myself. Had a rough time, too. No money, empty treasury. People seem to think we traveled on freight cars and ate grass. Promises. Wrote a song about it, in fact.
Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Wellman. Then you probably know how much the club appreciates the generous Mr. Smith.
Well, I'm glad to have had the experience myself, managing the club with no money, so, yes, I suppose they might think well of this Smith. Don't know who he is, huh?
I don't, but Dr. Hall says that
Dr. Hall says it must be someone who was close to the college. Oh, he wouldn't have known about the Glee Club's difficulties.
Very logical, very good thinking, but I wouldn't be nosy about it. Probably some sentimental old grad, more money than sense.
By the way, Mr. Wellman, what was the song you wrote about getting all promises and no money?
Not a very good song, really. Corny, I believe is the word. Mrs. Hall would know. I called it Fair Weather Friends, with a full chorus and a good accompaniment. It didn't sound too bad, but as a solo, well. With some good music available, it was like
carrying coal to Porter.
Well put, Mrs. Hall. Well put.
Say, wait a minute. Fair Weather Friends. The one that goes like this? Fair weather, friends. Fair weather, friends.
Imagine anyone remembering it.
Some old town. Where have you gone?
Yeah, well, it's obvious, Tommy, why you're the manager of the Glee Club instead of a singing man.
Now it takes a crow to find the corn for the rest of the birds, doesn't it, Tommy? How did you know about this song?
Well, when it looked like we were short of money for new arrangements, Mrs. Hall, we started going through the trunks for some oldies. Somebody came up with this Fair Weather Friends, and it was great. Real barbershop stuff.
Really? Oh, you liked it, Thorndike?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, I never would have imagined my song. Well, I'd like to hear the club sing it again sometime. Yeah.
Sure, they'll be happy to do it for you, Mr. Wellman, if only by way of thanks.
Maybe I'm a little... Thanks for what, Dr. Hall?
For writing in 1914 what looks like a nice hot revival in 1952, Mr. Wellman.
Yes. It's as good as a donation.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That. Well, glad you can use it, son.
Oh, we'll use it all right, sir. Well, thanks, Dr. Hall, Mrs. Hall. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wellman. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Tommy.
Fine boy, that Flambeau. Think of them digging up my song after all these... Fair weather friends, fair weather... I wonder if I could remember the whole thing. May I use your piano?
Certainly, Mr. Wellman, but you won't like it. It's a little out of tune.
Well, so am I. No, let me see. Is that me, or is it the piano?
It's full of hairpins, Mr. Wellman.
Hairpins? Well, of all us, I knew you had your little eccentricities, Dr. Hall, but filling your piano with hairpins is hardly a very... Well, I didn't come here to discuss music. It's about the First National Bank of Ivy. I'm a VP, as you know. It seems that you called them trying to find out who sent that check to the Glee Club.
Well, it seemed too bad that such a generous gesture should go unthanked, Mr. Wellman. So
you took it upon yourself to snoop and pry. If this mysterious contributor, who, whatever his name is...
Ezekiel Smith.
Abraham Smith. If this Mr...
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
You know. All the time?
No, not all the time, no. And then don't blame your bank, Mr. Wellman. They gave no information.
Someone who will be very discreet recognized your typewriting, Mr. Wellman.
But who? I mean, how? I thought I'd taken every precaution. I mean, well, even so, who had the effrontery to...
Look, when a man tries to remain anonymous in a thing like this, why does, if his privacy can't be respected...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it, Dr. Hall?
Any prying or snooping which was done was my fault and mine alone. I simply couldn't bear the thought of such a helpful act not being acknowledged. Rest assured that your identity is known to only 3 people, Mrs. Hall, myself, and one other. None of us will divulge it without your permission. Now, with this assurance, permit me, on behalf of the college and the Glee Club, to express our very great thanks.
Well, sure nobody will... this doesn't get all over the campus, and will... you're welcome.
Now, how about tomorrow, Toddy?
Tomorrow? Oh, yes. Mr. Wellman...
Now what?
By way of a small celebration over having been financially rescued, the Glee Club is having a small luncheon tomorrow.
At whose expense?
It's a Dutch treat, Mr. Wellman, and you are the little Dutch boy who stuck his checkbook into the dike.
Gentlemen, if I may have a minute's quiet, please. Hey, fellas, if you don't mind, I'd like to say a few... Quiet, you lemonheads!
That's a technique we haven't used at the Board of Governors, Mr. Wellman.
Well, as chairman, I've made a note of it. Gentlemen, the Ivy Glee Club has with it this noon 2 very good friends. President Hall, a baritone with a steady job, who is always welcome at any fish fry of ours. And Mr. Clarence Wellman, chairman of the Board of Governors, to whom we owe a special debt of gratitude.
Dr. Hall, you said you wouldn't tell. I didn't.
When it looked like we'd never get our pitch pipes off the campus, we went through the files looking for old numbers that didn't need new arrangements. And it was a song written years ago by Mr. Wellman that snapped up the repertoire. On your feet, gentlemen, and show him our top number for this year, as it was the top number, I'm sure, in 1914. Fair Weather Friends.
My song.
Take it, boys.
Fair weather friends, this is the lonesome old town. Where have you gone, fair weather friends, now that the ships are gone? I love the beautiful lady, but destiny rolled in the dice. The news that my fortune had dwindled soon turned her warm kisses to ice. I don't regret that I lost her. I'm happy to know her true worth. A man with a mountain of money can still be the poorest on earth. With fair weather friends, this is the lonesome old town. Where have you gone, fair weather friends, now that the ships are gone? Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away, to the hallowed halls of ivy. Every voice will bid farewell and shimmer off in twilight like the old vesper bells.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to the hospital.
From Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you Mel Blanc at his own Fix-It Shop with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kearns, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel himself playing those delightful characters Zookie and Dr. Crab. The star of our show, Mel Blanc. It's a lovely autumn morning in Mel Blanc's town. Population 7,500. Pardon me, population 7,501. The postman, Mr. Snoop, is making his morning rounds. The baker, Mr. Brown, is putting his rolls in the window. And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, Mel is just about finished fixing druggist Simpson's penny weighing machine.
Is the weighing machine all fixed, nephew?
Yeah, Uncle Rupert. I believe I'll try it. Must be something wrong.
Why, what does it say you weigh?
17 pounds. Do I look that thin?
Why don't you read the fortune anyway?
Oh, yeah. If you are a woman, you'll marry a man. If you are a man, you'll marry a woman. If you are married, try another penny. Oh, I forgot to push this lever up. Now I'll try it again. Oh, that's better. 120 pounds.
What's the fortune this time?
You are kind, understanding, friendly, considerate, gentle, and you make enemies too easily.
Oh, here comes that gossipy pipsqueak of a postman, Mr. Snoop. I'll go out for a walk, Melvin, if you don't mind.
Okay, Uncle Rupert.
Hello, Roop.
Goodbye, Snoop.
Howdy, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Snoop. Got a letter for me?
No. Did you expect me to write you one?
I didn't mean a letter from you.
Oh, well, just a second here. Oh, first of all, I want you to mend my mail bag. It's all bursted out at the seams.
Oh, sure, I can do that in a minute. Any mail for me?
Now, let me see here. Hodgkins, 805 North Elm Drive, Blodgett, 807. That's the third notice Blodgett's got from the library. Why don't you return that book? You know, I got a good mind to go up to Blodgett.
Any mail for me?
Oh. Let me see here. Simpkins, 809. Ooh, very interesting postcard. Dear Joe, if you've got any more...
Excuse me for saying so, Mr. Snoop. But I thought postal employees weren't allowed to read the mail.
Oh, well, that's right, Mel. Well, you ain't no employee. You read it for me.
Look, Mr. Snoop, any mail for me...
Now, stop poking round my letters. If there's anything I hate, it's nosy people. Let me see. Potter, 811. Oh, I say Mel.
Mail?
No, Mel. How about buying 2 tickets to the Postman's Ball Saturday night, huh? Only $1 apiece.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Snoop, but I gave my last $5 to my uncle. I don't have a cent. Well, here's your mailbag all stitched.
What's the charge?
Oh, nothing. Gosh, I sure could use $2 for the tickets. I'd take Betty, and for once we wouldn't have to spend the evening in her parlor.
What's the charge?
Nothing. I'd dance with Betty, then I'd go out on the veranda and hold her in my arms. Then I'd kiss her and hug her.
What's the charge?
Nothing. $2, and I'll take the tickets. Hello, Betty. Gee, you sure look beautiful.
Yeah. All dressed up and no place to go.
What do you mean, all dressed up and no place to go? Why, I'll take you to the... how about,
Well?
I'll take you home and you can change your clothes.
Oh, that's it. We never go anywhere. We spend every evening in my parlor. No wonder Father feels the way he does about it.
Well, I hate sitting in the parlor just as much as your father does.
You do?
Yeah, that love seat isn't big enough for the three of us. Well, anyway, Betty, I've got good news. We won't be spending this Saturday night in the parlor. I've got 2 tickets to the Postman's Ball.
Oh, Mel, this is awful. Because this is one Saturday night I won't be able to be with you.
But, Betty, why not?
Well, Daddy's expecting... Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Daddy himself. I'll let him tell you.
Hello, Mr. Colby. What did you say, Mr. Colby? Yes, it is a lovely day, isn't it? Mr. Colby, may I take your daughter to the Postman's Ball Saturday night? No, huh? But why not, Mr. Colby? Well, that isn't much of a reason.
What?
I mean...
Oh, now listen here, you dimwit. I'm expecting a very important man for dinner this Saturday night. Betty's got to prepare dinner for him and then entertain him.
You're making a regular nightclub out of your place, aren't you?
Mel.
This Mr. Fisher can help me a great deal with my supermarket. He's president of the Acme Portuguese Sardine Company. And do you know anything more impossible than getting Portuguese sardines?
Yeah, getting the sardines out of the can.
Oh. People come to my supermarket all day and say, do you have Portuguese sardines? Do you have Portuguese sardines? And all day I say, no, no, no. Well, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. You hear?
Mr. Colby, let go of my neck. I'm not a sardine.
Oh.
Well, if this Mr. Fisher is so important, you should really be alone with him to close the deal. So why don't I take Betty out to the dance?
Betty stays home Saturday night.
Well, what about me?
Well, you can go to the dance.
Well, thanks for changing your mind, Mr. Colby.
I haven't changed my mind. Now, listen, Mel. If you show up at my house or within 5 blocks of my house Saturday night, I'll...
Don't say any more. I've got an imagination.
All right, then use it. Come on, Betty.
Well, I'll be with you in just a minute.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Colby. Yes, it is a nice day, isn't it? Oh, gosh, Betty, this is awful. I sure killed our Saturday night date. This was going to be once we wouldn't spend it in your parlor.
Oh, Mel, you know Father. Father talks big.
Betty, Father is big.
Now, Mel, you listen to me. I'm inviting you to the house Saturday night, and if you don't show up, you don't have to show up ever again. Goodbye.
Bye. Gosh, Betty's father says no. Betty says yes. Oh, I'm just a pickle in the middle.
Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
You know, anyone can be the victim of a little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. It happens to thousands without their knowing, marks them down socially, makes them unhappy. So be on your guard. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, here it is Saturday night. Mel still doesn't know whether he's going to use those tickets to the Postman's Ball. Betty says Mel had better come up to the house or else. And Betty's father, who is trying to get a shipment of Portuguese sardines, says Mel had better not show up or else. Anyway, right now Mel is in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's little brother Axelrod, who has just entered the shop.
Well, what's new, Axelrod?
Gosh, Mel, is my father mad at you?
Well, how do you know? Did your father say anything about me? Personally?
Well, I didn't hear anything.
You didn't?
No. Of course, whenever he starts to talk about you, he makes me leave the room.
Well, how about Betty?
Same way. While she was preparing dinner, she kept talking to the chicken and calling it Mel.
Well, that shows how much she loves me.
She said to the chicken, if you don't come up tonight, I'll...
Well, then what'd she say?
Nothing. She just dropped it in the boiling water.
Oh.
Well, so long, Mel.
Oh, so long, Axelrod. Gosh, what a mess this is. If I don't go to Betty's house, I'm a boiled chicken. If I do, I'm a dead duck. Uncle Rupert, I can't figure out why Mr. Colby doesn't like me.
Well, you read the fortune on your card. You are kind, gentle, observant, tolerant, and you make enemies too easily.
Well, you mean I should try to make a friend of Mr. Colby?
My boy, when I first met your aunt, I said to myself, I must make a friend of that woman.
And what happened?
That was the worst decision I ever made.
Maybe I ought to try it anyway. Why don't I go up there to Mr. Colby and be as nice...
Here comes that pompous Mr. Cushing, the president of your lodge.
Well, hello, Brother Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Well, just stopped in for a second to remind you about the next meeting of the Benevolent Order of Loyal Zebras.
I'll do my best to make it, mighty potentate. It's an honor for you to ask me personally.
Oh, not at all. I like to get around among my zebras. Say, why are you moping around like this? Why, when I was a young man, do you know what Saturday night meant to me?
I already took a bath, Mr. Cushing. You wouldn't understand.
Well, I can see you don't want to talk, so I'll say so long. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Well, now, wait a minute. Anyone who gives the password like that is a worried zebra. Now, tell me, what's wrong?
Well, I wanted to take Betty to the postman's ball, and Mr. Colby wouldn't let me because he's entertaining the president of the Acme Portuguese Sardine Company. And he wants Betty to...
You don't mean Mr. Fisher, do you?
Yeah. Do you know him?
Why, of course, and you should, too. Fisher's the Grand Wizard of the Jennings Junction Order of Loyal Zebras. We are both imperial caliphs on the Executive Council.
You mean I'm his fellow zebra? I'm his lodge brother?
That's right. Go on up there and tell him so, and mention my name.
Oh, but Mr. Colby said
Colby won't touch you with Fisher there. Fisher's a swell guy. A man I'm proud to call a zebra. Well, so long, Mel. Just give Fisher the old password. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo. Ugga. Oh, Uncle Rupert.
Yes, nephew?
Watch your shop, will you? I'm going to Betty's house, and I've got to go upstairs to change.
Just a second, Melvin. Here comes Dr. Crab.
Well, you take care of the dog, Doctor, will you, Uncle? I'll be right down.
All right. Good old Dr. Crab. He's been taking care of dogs so long he even talks like one. Ah, good evening, my good dog doctor.
Good evening to you, Rupert. I've been walking quite a bit, and I'm thirsty. Could I have a pan of water?
Why, sure. Say, Christopher, don't some people think it's funny when they hear you sound like a dog?
I don't believe so, Rupert, except maybe that man at the newsstand on the corner.
What did he do?
I bought a paper from him, and he put it in my mouth.
Don't tell me you carried the paper home in your mouth.
You know a better way?
This is Saturday night, Christopher. We're supposed to be closed, you know.
I know, but I thought I'd talk to Mel about a special lock from McNeil's. My little terrier tried to run away.
Really?
Oh, yeah, but I caught him. I said to him... And he said... And then I said... And he said... I tell you, that dog is sensational.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, he understood every word I said. Well, thanks for the water, Rupe. My throat feels better already. Well, I'm beginning to sound like myself again. Bye, Rupert.
Goodbye. Good old Dr. Crab.
Well, I'm ready, Uncle Rupert. You can get Zuki to help you take care of the shop. Well, wish me luck.
Good luck, my boy. And it's very late. You'd better hurry if you want to make the dance. So shake a leg.
What do you mean, shake a leg? I'm shaking all over.
Oh, everything's working out just fine with Mr. Fisher, Betty.
That's good.
Yes, he loved the dinner. Said it was the softest chicken he'd ever had.
How right he was.
Huh? Oh, well, anyway. Now to carry out the rest of my plan. I'm going to get into a card game with him and let him win some money from me.
Let him win money from you? Daddy, is that proper?
Proper schmapper. I want those sardines. If he wins some money from me, he'll be in the right mood. Uh-oh, here he comes now.
Mr. Fisher. Do you indulge in games of chance?
Well, sometimes I do, yes.
Ah, good. Then how about a game of sardines? Oh, I mean, gin rummy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Colby, but I don't like to play cards.
You don't like to play cards. Well, how about Pachisi? Monopoly. Axelrod, you got any chalk? We can even play Potsy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Colby. Very obliging of you. But as a matter of fact, there is one game that I do play. But I warn you, I'm very good at it. It's checkers.
Checkers? So very good at it, eh? Axelrod, get the board and the checkers.
Okay, Dan.
Nothing like a good, rousing game of checkers, I always say. Hey, Betty? I wonder who that can be. Oh, never mind. I'll open it.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Oh!
Who was that?
Just a salesman selling vacuum cleaners.
Well, let him in. They're very hard to get.
No, on second thought, it wasn't a salesman. Somebody I don't know. A Portuguese. Oh, I mean an Eskimo. Oh, I don't know.
I'll get it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Mel. Mel, this is Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher, this is my fiancé, Mel Blanc.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Fisher. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
What? Well, what do you know? A brother zebra. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
You see, Mr. Colby, Mr. Fisher and I are friends. Friends.
So I see. Mr. Fisher, here's the checkerboard and the checkers now.
Mr. Cushing sent you his regards, Mr. Fisher.
Cushing? Oh, that's the real estate man. Oh, a great fella. You know, in our last executive council, he put on a lampshade and imitated Hedda Hopper. I tell you, I never laughed so loud.
Mr. Fisher! Here's the checkerboard and the checkers are all set up!
Well, you don't have to shout, though.
Yeah, you don't have to shout, old man.
I mean, here's the checkerboard all set up. Now, Mr. Fisher, how about playing a game for, say, $5, huh?
Well, that's okay with me. But I warn you, I'm a wizard at this.
Do you mind if I kibitz?
Mel, why don't you...
No, not at all, Brother Zebra. But you better help Mr. Colby there, because I won't need it. Okay, there's my move.
Very interesting. I'm trapped already.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Colby. Here's a move you can make.
Mel, why don't you close that window from the outside?
Well, Mr. Colby, I might fall out of the window and break my neck.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Well, Mel moved for me.
Very good. Sort of puts me on the defensive. I'll try this.
Okay, here's our move.
And here's mine.
That's just what we were waiting for, Mr. Colby. Now you jump this, and this, and this, and this, and that's the game. Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, isn't it wonderful?
That's $30 I owe you.
And without my kibitzing, you wouldn't have won at all, Mr. Colby.
Well, I know it, and believe me, I won't forget it. Mr. Fisher, how would you like to play one game for $30? Win or lose all, I say.
Well, that's a game sport, Mr. Colby. I'll take you on.
And I'll help you again, Mr. Colby.
Mel, what's the name of that Chinese laundroman down the street?
Oh, you mean so long?
What'd you say?
So long.
Oh, too bad you have to go so soon. So long, man. So long.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Colby. Stop pushing.
Oh, come now. Quiet down, everybody. I move. There.
Oh, Mel.
Not now, Betty. Mr. Colby. Here's the move to make. Oh, Mr. Fisher, next time you have an executive meeting, invite me down. I do imitations, too. Did you ever hear Bugs Bunny? Listen to this. What's up, Doc?
You know, I can't even keep my mind on the game.
Mel, here's a knife. Go and cut yourself.
Very funny.
Well, I
I think that $120 are quite enough to owe any man, Mr. Colby. So I'm going to call it quits. There's your money.
Oh, dear.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Colby? You're not taking this very well.
Mr. Colby is what is known as a sore winner.
Oh, you certainly are a card, Brother Zebra.
A card? He's the whole deck.
Well, good night, and believe me, it's been a pleasure.
Well, good night, Mr. Fisher.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Colby, let me say this for you. Everywhere I'm invited, people get into checker games with me and purposely let me win. You know, you're the first man who ever had guts enough to beat me. I admire you.
Yeah, that's just the way I feel, Brother Zebra.
And, by the way, Mr. Colby, I just got in a large order of Portuguese sardines. Now, I don't know whether you know this or not, but they're almost impossible to get.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, you told me
Mel.
Well, you call me in the morning, Mr. Colby, and you let me know how many you want. So now, good night, and, ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Oh, what a night, what a night. Mel Blanc!
Yes?
Go and take Betty to the dance.
Oh, thanks, Daddy. Good night.
Thanks. Good night. Come on, Betty. Betty, this is the first Saturday night we won't be spending in the parlor.
Oh, gosh, won't we have fun? This ticket good for one admission to the post. Mel.
What's the matter, Betty?
These tickets are for next Saturday night.
Next Saturday night? Uh-oh. Back to the parlor again.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, whether you're calling on a customer or calling on your best girl, remember this. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can quickly mark you down. So be on your guard. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Oh, Melvin.
Yes, Uncle Rupert?
Will you please sign this check?
Well, what's it for?
It's for $25.
But, Uncle, we don't owe that much money to anybody.
This is for the community chest drive.
Oh, we owe them everything we can afford. Give me that pen. Good night, folks.
This is Buddy Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The
Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests, Don McNeil, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. There's a haunting tune running through your Ford dealer's head these days. I don't know the melody, but the words are, "It won't be long now. Watch Ford in 48, it won't be long now." Meanwhile, as usual, your Ford dealer's the man who can make any Ford sing. After his expert mechanics tune up your Ford using genuine Ford parts, special Ford equipment, and factory-approved methods, it'll run like a top. See your Ford dealer for that back-home service Ford love. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mother's Day. If I had my way tonight, I would introduce my mother. But since I have a family to support and I need this job, you know who I'm going to introduce. So here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny, I heard you mention Mother's Day. Did you by any chance observe the day?
Oh, I sure did. I sent a big red rose to Ma Perkins.
Oh, that was nice of you, Kenny. She isn't even on today. It'll be a little wilted when Ma shows up in the morning. But Mother's Day always bothers me, Kenny.
How?
Well, a famous humorist, Bugs Bear, once wrote, "In America, we have National Apple Week and Mother's Day. A whole week to glorify an apple, and only one day to pay tribute to Mother."
Yeah, why should the apple be more important than Mother?
Kenny, if it wasn't for the apple, there wouldn't be any mothers. Enough about Mater's Day, Kenny. What's new?
Oh, not much, Fred. This is Be Kind to Animals Week.
Well, why should people be kind to animals? Why should people be kind to animals? Dogs are always biting people. Cats are always scratching people. Racehorses are always losing races and costing people money. How about the animals getting together and having a Be Kind to People Week? Well, that would be something.
Yeah,
Let's give that a little thought now, because nobody will notice another lull in the program. Stay here now. Let's mull it over.
I know, but Fred, animals don't have it too easy. How would you like to be a hippopotamus and go around looking like that?
You think that's worse than I look now? Kenny, believe me, Kenny, animals are better off than people. Well, look at the elephant. When he's young, he goes with the circus. The elephant sees the show every day, matinee and night for nothing. Gets all of his meals free, rides all around the country. The Ringling Brothers pay his fare. When he gets old, the elephant is put in some zoo, where he has nothing to do but stand around and let kids stick peanuts up his nose. Now, you can't ask for more than that.
That's true. The elephant has it pretty soft.
Kenny, if I had it all to do over again, I would be an elephant and make bee pictures with Cebu. Just Cebu and I, and a tree, and Weissmuller maybe in an occasion. Tell me, what else is in the news?
Well,
I would rather be at sea on a night like this. What else is in the news?
Well, the new Benjamin Franklin 50-cent piece came out this week.
Oh, I read that.
Why did they put Benjamin Franklin on the new $50?
Well, it's the housing shortage, Kenny. Even Franklin can't get new quarters. Speaking, those are the writers. If they'd only write and let it go at that, but they insist on applauding everything they write. If they just go write and drop dead. I mean, just those two things. Speaking of money, Kenny, did you see the Chinese money has recently hit a new low?
Yes.
Chinese money is worth so little now, instead of a safe deposit vault, people are keeping their money in wastebaskets.
Yeah, when a man in China says, "I've made my pile," how can you tell whether he's a millionaire or a street cleaner?
Well, the millionaire doesn't have a broom with him, Kenny. His paper is clean. That's really how you can tell. Tell me, is there anything else new, Kenny?
Yes, there is. Next Tuesday night, Henry Wallace's radio speech will take the place of the Red Skelton program.
Say, if Wallace keeps Skelton off the air, Kenny, it's good for 2 million votes. But somebody better tell Willie the Penguin.
Yeah, why?
Well, it isn't going to help Mr. Wallace's campaign if he comes on the air and radio listeners hear a voice say, "My fellow countrymen, smoke cool, smoke cool, smoke cool." And while you wait around to see if there is a delayed reaction to that joke, Kenny, I think I'll start ahead for Allen's Alley.
Yeah, what is your question tonight, Fred?
Well, this past week, the Pulitzer Prizes were awarded for outstanding work in journalism, playwriting, poetry, and other fields. And so our question is, are you satisfied with the Pulitzer Prize awards this year?
Shall we go?
As the rainwater said when it got to the top of the barrel, I think I'll run over. It's good to get back to Allen's Alley, Kenny. I guess the senator just washed his hair. His toupee is hanging on the line. See, the old pompadour is waving in the wind there. Well, let's knock.
Somebody put the fud to my lumber. Oh, it's you, ferret face.
Yes, Senator.
Hey, let's go, son. I'm busy getting a man with one tooth eating corn on the cob.
Oh, no, nobody could be that.
I'm heading the Senate committee on that new clam survey.
Clam survey?
Yeah, the government's spending $500,000 to increase clam production.
Oh.
My job's to see that the boy clams start courting the girl clams.
Senator, don't tell me the clams make love.
Son, you have no idea what goes on under them shells. Yeah, I'm hustling every minute. I'm busy on that national health plan, too.
National health?
Yeah, I'm studying vitamins.
But,
that's the secret of health, son, vitamins.
Vitamins?
If vitamin A don't cure you, go to vitamin B. If B don't get results, go to C, D, E, F, or G.
But if all the vitamins from A to G don't work?
Go to H.
Senator!
H as in vitamins, that is.
Oh. I was about to wash your mouth out with the Lever Brothers, Senator. Senator, I read that this week is the president's birthday.
Yes, son.
Is the president going to have a party?
He's worried if the party's going to have him.
This is a good time to stop the program. I'm going home. I'll see you.
All I can do is read a commercial.
Well, tell me, Senator, how do you feel about the Pulitzer Prize Awards this year?
Well, son, the wrong book got the prize.
Wrong book?
Most important book this year is Fanny Farmer's Cookbook. Yeah, this year, 20 million of them books will be sold.
20 million?
Every Republican voter's buying a Fanny Farmer Cookbook.
Why?
Next November, they're going to try to cook the Democrats' goose. So long, son.
Sounds as though the senator's getting ready to duck with his goose. Well, let's see if Mr. Moody's there.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, do you tell me confidentially, do you approve of all of the Pulitzer Awards?
Why, not the most interesting story of the year, I don't.
No?
No. The most interesting story of the year, it happened on my farm.
Really? What was it?
Well, sir, one night last winter, my roan mare, Big Babe, was whinnying and moaning in her stall.
Uh-huh.
I called Dr. Gidney Pruitt. He's the vet.
The vet, huh?
Big Babe was laying on the floor groaning, and she was pointing to her stomach with her hoofs.
No kidding.
Doc Pruitt, he says, it's her appendix, sure as you're born.
The doctor operated?
He made an incision from her fetlock to her withers.
He did.
I held the incision open.
Yeah?
The doc... He's a little fella.
Yeah?
He stepped inside the mare.
He got inside the horse?
Doc had his derby hat on and was carrying a lantern.
God.
As I was saying, I could see different parts of the horse light up, so I knew the doc was looking around inside.
You trailed him, eh?
Yeah. Finally, Doc, he steps out, a Big Babe.
Uh-huh.
He's as white as a good humor man's pants.
Frightened, eh?
Doc says, Moody, he says, this mare is a freak.
A freak?
He says she's got the outside of a horse.
Yes?
But she's got the stomach of a hen.
The stomach of a hen?
Yeah. Doc says she ain't got no appendix.
You mean all that pain?
Doc says she's trying to lay an egg.
What finally happened?
Well, sir, Big Babe, she laid a dirty-looking egg 3 foot long, and it had fur on it. I hatched the egg.
You hatched the egg, and?
Inside there was a chicken as big as a St. Bernard.
A chicken?
And that chicken had a harness on. So long, Buck.
That sure is the story of the year. Well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you're eating. Am I disturbing your dinner?
Oh, no, I'm just enjoying a snack.
Yes?
A little oleo on a bagel.
Oh. On a bagel? What is a bagel?
Just looking like a donut. Just feeling like a donut, but it is tasting like plaster.
Oh, like plaster. Well, that bagel you have there looks hard.
Eating through the side, it is tough.
Uh-huh.
But when you are coming to the hole, it is delicious.
I see. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about the Pulitzer Awards?
For poetry, to me, they are making a big mistake.
Poetry?
For 1947, the outstanding poem is written by John Greenbaum Whittier.
John John Greenbaum Whittier.
Confidentially, Dave, Whittier is a nom de plume.
Oh, a nom de plume. But he is a poet.
He is getting his inspirations mostly in delicatessens while eating a la carte.
Well, tell me, what is John Greenbaum Whittier's outstanding poem for 1947?
All hail, Sir Herring.
All hail, Sir Herring. And how does it go?
All hail, Sir Herring, monarch supreme, lying in state in your sour cream. Born a minnow, did you know you were fated in later life to be marinated? Swimming the 7 seas off the West Indies, little thinking one day you would end up in Lindy's. Oh, hail, Sir Herring, I am here to greet you. You will give me gas, but I'm going to eat you.
Well, at the end of the alley, we come as usual to the Cassidy Preserves. Let's arouse Ajax Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Me boy, I'm at death's door. I'm just fumbling for the key.
What's wrong?
I've got a touch of virus Y.
Virus Y? You mean virus X?
So I caught this at the Y.
Oh, it's the Y. I didn't know you remember.
I'm not long for this water.
Well, tell me, before you pass out, Ajax, what was your reaction to the Pulitzer Prize Award?
Me boy, I'm disgusted.
Disgusted? Why?
A streetcar named Desire was voted the best play.
Well, I know. It was written by Tennessee Williams.
Tennessee Williams. The best play was written by North Carolina Nolan.
North Carolina Nolan?
His play was called The Respectful Potato.
Oh, I see.
It was a symbolic fantasy that told the entire history of Ireland in 3 significant acts.
Well, what is this play, The Respectful Potato, about?
I'll tell you. Now, as the curtain goes up, the stage is bare.
Yes?
In the center, there's a potato.
I see.
The potato only has one eye. The eye is closed.
Oh.
The curtain comes down. That's the end of Act 1.
Very entertaining. Fine.
Now, there's a short intermission, you see. The curtain goes up again.
Yes.
The potato is still alone on the stage, but its one eye is open.
Uh-huh.
The audience sees there is something in the potato's eye.
Yes.
It's the finger of a hungry man.
Oh.
The curtain comes down. That's the end of Act 2.
Well, after another intermission?
The curtain goes up. The potato's one eye is looking toward England, and in the eye there is a tear. Down comes the curtain, the play's over.
Well, tell me, what became of the author, North Carolina Nolan?
Oh, the author never wrote another play. He was never heard of again.
Really? What happened?
Well, the opening night, you see, they charged $6 to see The Respectful Potato.
Yes?
When the final curtain come down, the audience cried, Author! Author!
Author!
When North Carolina Nolan strutted out on the stage to take his bow with the potato.
Yes?
The audience rose as one man, which it was.
And this one man?
He killed North Carolina Nolan on the spot. Goodbye to you.
And now Maestro Al Goodman signals us to be tested. Calling the 5 DeMarco sisters to his podium, Maestro Goodman gives the DeMarcos a downbeat for Babyface. Girl.
Rosy cheeks and turned up nose and curly hair. I'm raving about my baby now. Pretty little dimples here and dimples there. Don't want to live without him. You love him, goodness knows. I wrote a song about her, and here's the way it goes. Baby face, you've got the cutest little baby face. There's not another one could take your place. Baby face, my poor heart is jumping. You sure have started something, baby face. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a shove, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby face. Baby face, I'm in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a shove, 'cause I just fell in love with your cute and sweet baby face.
Thank you very ladies and gentlemen.
Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
Ajax Cassidy's outside to see you.
Ajax Cassidy, send him in.
Yeah, okay. Come right in.
Come right in, Ajax.
I am in me, boy.
Say, when I left you a few moments ago in Allen's Alley, you were all right. Where did you suddenly get that black eye?
Oh, well, no, that's a long story, me boy. I was driving along in me Ford, minding me own business.
Yes?
When who should I spy, reading his evening paper by the light of a frozen food store, but Rinty Monaghan.
I see.
Well, I pulled me car over to the curb. Says I, the top of the evening to you, Mr. Monaghan.
Well, never mind. What about the black eye?
Well, that explains itself as we story unfolds.
Oh, I should be patient. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, I was taking me forward back home for service.
Yes?
But Rinty insisted that instead we should go to Kerrigan's Cozy Corner.
Well, why didn't you explain to Rinty that only Ford dealers have special equipment and genuine Ford parts?
I did, me boy, and I further explained that Ford-trained mechanics use methods approved by the factory. But Rinty Monaghan is a stubborn man.
Oh, you came to words?
We came to blows.
Well, how did the fracas end?
Oh, fine, me boy. Everybody's getting service.
Everybody?
Me Ford is at the Ford dealers for service.
Yes.
Rinty's in the hospital for service.
Yes.
And I'm going to Kerrigan's for service.
Well, wait a minute, Ajax. This is very interesting, Ajax, but what did you come here to see me about?
You know, it's entirely slipped me mind. Good
Well,
night,
some
dear.
other time. You have just heard a trailer of Nature Boy, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his Snug Harbor Syncopators. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, Kenny.
Yes, Fred.
Have you another Ford commercial you can read? I think I'll go and lie down for a few minutes, Kenny. I'm dead.
You look tired, Fred.
Yes, I really am. I've been up every morning this week at 6 o'clock trying to see Don McNeil.
Who is Don McNeil?
Who is Don McNeil? He's only the Jack Eigen of Chicago, Kenny. Why, Don's Breakfast Club has been on the air out there for over 15 years. This week he's broadcasting from New York. What I had to go through to see Don McNeil's program.
What happened?
Well, I couldn't get a ticket for the Breakfast Club anyplace, and I heard that Don McNeil was having a contest, a novel contest. He was going to stand on Fifth Avenue, and the first person who recognized Don was going to be his guest on the program the next morning, you see. Now, it was up to me. If I could find Don, I could get in to see his show.
And you?
Thursday, that's your line, is it? Thursday evening, right after the Breakfast Club broadcast, I started up Fifth Avenue. Gosh, Fifth Avenue is sure crowded. I hope I can find Don McNeil. Say, maybe this gentleman. Pardon me, sir.
Yeah.
I wonder...
Hey, the creep. You can't panhandle on Fifth Avenue. This is my territory. Blow, bub.
Gad, what a gamey-looking character. Say, he couldn't be Don McNeil. Or could he? Oh, no. Don wouldn't be in his bare feet wearing a faded beret with an old army overcoat. Say, this chap with the elk's tooth coming. Pardon me, sir. Is your name?
Yes, I'm Don McNeil.
Mr. McNeil, I do hope I'm the first one to recognize you.
Yes, sir. You're the lucky winner.
Gosh, Mr. McNeil, how did you know I was looking for you?
Well, I can tell you're a typical Breakfast Club listener.
Really?
Yes, you come from a small town in the Middle West.
Yeah.
You have a wife and 3.2 children.
Yeah.
You have an Acme Mutual 40-year endowment policy, which expires at the age of 75. Guarantees you $12 a week in absolute security as long as you live.
Yeah.
You read 3 comic books a week, and you're rooting for the Dodgers to win the pennant. In other words, you're the average man.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not from the Middle West. I have no insurance. I like Jersey City in the International League, and I am not the average man.
No?
No.
Then how come you listen to my program?
Well, I think your program is great, Mr. McNeil. I buy everything you advertise. Why, I'm eating Swift's hams. I'm keeping my hams in a Philco refrigerator. And tomorrow I'm giving myself a Tony Permanent. My 3 hairs are going to have a time tomorrow.
And tomorrow morning you're going to be my guest on the Breakfast Club.
I'm finally going to see your program.
Yes, sir. If I'm going to interview at the microphone, interview you, I'm going to have to know something about you.
Oh, yes.
What's your name?
Well, I thought you ad-libbed that. You have the things.
Oh, yes.
My name? Well, my name is Allen, Fred Allen.
Oh. What business are you in, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'm in the radio business.
Oh? What do you do, repair work?
Well, not yet. Tonight may tell the story. Right now, as I'm on my way to my repair business, I have my own program. I'm learning it from the bottom up, the business, you see. So you've never heard the name of Alan in radio?
Oh, well, no. The only programs I know are the Fitzgeralds, Tex and Jinx, Mrs. Goes a Shopping, and my show, The Breakfast Club.
Oh, that's the morning. I'm not on in the morning. I'm on at night.
At night? You mean there are programs actually on the radio after the sun goes down?
This is a revelation to you?
Oh, yes. Every morning out of Chicago, I'm up at 6. I go on the air at 8 o'clock. Around 7 at night, I'm all in. I go to bed.
You've never heard of Bob Hope, Fibber McGee, Jay Benny?
Well, one night, I stayed up real late one night. I tuned in a fella, Gabriel something. He yelled, "Good news." Before I found out what the good news was, I dozed off.
Oh, well, that's Gabriel Heder. He's a news commentator.
Well, that's news to me. I don't know.
Don, you don't know what you're missing not being up at night. Why, radio's going on. There's television going on.
Television? What's that?
Well, it's like radio, only with pictures.
Oh.
People at home can see what the people in the studio are not laughing at. You see, then they understand it that way.
Well, how does this work, this television?
Well, they send pictures. They take a picture, and they send these pictures through the air,
you
see?
Oh, that explains it.
Explains what?
Yeah, yesterday in a tavern, I was nursing a glass of root beer.
Yes?
Well, suddenly, something lit up, and some little men came out of the wall and started playing baseball.
Don, if you were in a saloon, that was television.
I'm glad you told me. I was going to switch from root beer to ginger ale. Well, I got to be running along now, Fred. I'll see you at the Breakfast Club tomorrow morning.
I'll be there for sure. So long, Don. Well, Kenny, the next morning I was guest on the Breakfast Club program. After the show, Don said...
Well, Fred, how'd you like my program?
Oh, it's wonderful, Don. Watching you work gave me a great idea for a radio program.
Something new?
Yes. Today in radio, quiz programs are giving away money, refrigerators, automobiles, houses. Radio is soon going to be bankrupt. Now, my program will put radio back on its feet again, and you can be my master of ceremonies.
Well, what's your program like?
Well, instead of giving things to people, my program will take things away from people.
Ah, what's your show called?
Break the Contestant. Now, as Break the Contestant starts, you hear a fanfare.
Wake up, folks. Here it is, the revolutionary quiz program, Break the Contestant. Break the Contestant is brought to you by Lefkowitz's Liverwurst.
Oh, Lefkowitz's Liverwurst is the finest in the land. When you want the best in liverwurst, Lefkowitz is the brand. It's round and firm and it's fully packed, and you get twice as much. Try feeding a Lefkowitz liverwurst. It's the skin you love to touch. Always chock-a-block full of vitamins. It's nutritious and delicious. Try serving it after the opera night with cold cuts and with knishes. You can buy it by the inch, your foot on the Bowery or at the Ritz. When you want the best in liverwurst, it's made by Lefkowitz.
Folks, you suffer from liverwurst hangovers. Does the liverwurst you eat keep you awake at night? Try Lefkowitz's Liverwurst, the liverwurst that comes with a sleep guarantee. Lefkowitz Liverwurst lets you sleep. Why? Because Lefkowitz's Liverwurst contains sheep livers. No more counting sheep at night. The sheep livers... Didn't expect it there. These sheep livers are counted for you at the factory and then stuffed into Lefkowitz's Liverwurst. Remember, if you don't sleep after eating the big economy size 7-foot liverwurst, here's all you have to do. Return the greasy string from the top of your liverwurst, and Lefkowitz will send you by return mail. This offer is not good in Canada or in the United States. And now, on with our quiz, Break the Contestant. And here he is, your contestant breaker, Don McNeil.
Thank you, Hawk. Thank you very much. Now, our first contestant is this lady with the mink wedgies. Your name, madam?
Blossom Nesselrode, formerly a housewife.
Formerly?
Yeah, me husband threw me out of the house.
I see. Blossom, are you ready to play Break the Contestant?
Shoot the questions to me, Don, boy. I got a moving van outside waiting to be loaded.
Now, wait. This is a different kind of a quiz. You play with your own money.
My own money? Brother, this is the end of radio.
How much money have you, Blossom?
I got $8.
Good. All right, I'll bet you $8 against your $8. Now, what category have you chosen?
Politics.
All right, here we go, Blossom. For $8. Who is the President of the United States?
It's too soon to tell. We ain't had the election yet.
I'm sorry, the country does have a president.
You'd never know it the way things is going.
Blossom. Now, who is the president?
I give up.
The answer is Harry Truman.
Okay, you pulled a fast one, but here's your rate box.
Is that all you have?
Yeah, I'm flat broke. Which way is Ralph Edwards?
There goes another contestant, leaving the studio without a cent. Blossom, stop panhandling the page boy, if you please. All right, this stuff shouldn't be written for me. Stand by while we break the next contestant. This gentleman, your name, sir?
Lomax Nishball.
What is your occupation, Mr. Nishball?
I work in the automat. I'm a lettuce bender.
Lettuce bender in the automat?
Yeah, sometimes when they put a salad in one of them little compartments, the wet lettuce hangs out and they can't close the door, you see.
And you?
I bend the lettuce back so they can close the door. With rhubarb, it's stiff. I bite it off.
All right, Mr. Nishball. Are you ready to play Break the Contestant?
Yes, sir.
How much money do you have?
Well, I ain't got no money. All I own in the world is what I got on.
Oh, you've got to bet something.
Well, all right. Tell you what, I'll bet you my coat against your coat.
Mr. Nishball, you got yourself a bet here.
Nishball.
Yes. What category have you chosen?
Music.
All right, it's your coat against my coat. Now, here's your first question, Mr. Nishball. Who wrote the Cacciaturian Saber Dance?
The Cacciaturian?
That's correct, Mr.
Oh,
Nishball.
correct, really?
Yes. You and my coat, I'll take
say.
it off. That's fine. You now have 2 coats. Would you like to try for 4?
4 coats? Yes, sir. I'd like to try for 4 coats.
All right. In one word, finish the line of this popular song. Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the what?
Bongo, bongo, bongo?
It's one word.
Manana?
No. Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo.
Oh, that's a song?
Yes, you lose, Mr. Nishball. I'll take my coat back and your coat,
here,
too.
you take your coat. You got the both coats now.
Yes,
all right. What's your next question, Mr. McNeil?
What are you betting this
Let
time?
me see. What could I... Oh, my belt. I'll bet you my belt.
All right. For 1 belt. What was Peter Tchaikovsky's middle name?
Bongo, bongo, bongo.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, lost again.
Yes. Take off your belt.
I lost again.
Thank you very much.
I'm gradually getting the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it.
What do you want to bet now?
Well, what could I bet now? Well, all I've got left to bet is my trousers.
Your pants.
You'll be sorry. Come on, give me the question. I got to win back me coat and belt, Mr. McNeil.
All right, for 1 pair of pants. Who wrote Alexander's Ragtime Band?
Alexander?
No, I'm sorry, it was Irving Berlin.
Could you repeat the question,
No.
please? Could you repeat the answer?
Now quit stalling, Mr. Nishball. You lost your pants. Come on, take them off. Give
well,
them to me.
all
Come
right,
on.
mister. I don't know. I can't. There's your pants, mister.
Oh, thank you. My goodness. Oh, Mr. Nishball.
I thought this might happen.
Yes, you... Why did you put on the pink bloomers?
Which way is Phil Spitalny? Which way... For joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Miss Gracie Fields. Before then, why don't you drop in at your 4 dealers for a checkup? Thank you and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.